Hello! We're here. We're just about ready to finish this up, aren't we? So how about we start towards the beginning of the end and get to finishing up one of the most games of all time. Alright, yeah, shut the fuck up, you're not that good. Alright, let's get into this. Luke and I made our way past the guard post. It would only be a matter of time before we reached the tower itself. I assume the trial must have started by now. I have the utmost confidence that Mr. Wright will do all he can to defend Miss Cantabella. I believe the key to saving Miss Cantabella lies somewhere within this tower. We must press on before it is too late. I used to think it was mid, but honestly, like, after replaying it, I've grown a lot more towards it, like I've said. We'll see if the ending is a easier pill to swallow on a repeat, though.
It's so quiet in here. There's not a sound to be heard.
Let's be very careful, though, Luke. The puzzle we just dealt with is not necessarily the only one in place here.
Right you are, Professor.
Let's proceed with caution. Also, because I've been fucking playing that furry game with the tank all day, and on that fucking thing, on that game, the confirm button is like where the B button is for this. It's fucking confusing. Just why can't games all have the same confirm button? Oi. Anyway, let's look around.
Is this what I think it is? It looks like a lift.
Indeed it does. It looks a lot like the kind of lift with which we are well acquainted.
But we haven't seen anything else like this since we arrived in Labyrinthia.
Yes, quite. In truth, I didn't think machinery of this sort existed here. I wonder what it's using as a source of power.
Well, since there seems to be no other way up, does that mean we get to ride it?
Indeed. That would seem the most logical course of action. I must say, I find the presence of such a device most intriguing. We can't stand around pondering such things now. There'll be a time for that later. Onward and upward, my boy.
Right then, let's go.
I know I keep saying this, Luke, but bear in mind that we must proceed with caution.
I'm with you on that one, Professor.
Let's fucking go. Oh, there they go. Whoosh!
Professor, we've stopped. What's going on here? Are we trapped?
No, I don't believe so, Luke. Although I do get the feeling that something is about to happen. Things are constantly happening, after all.
Something, Professor? What do you mean by something?
Luke, stand close to me.
Okay.
Doesn't move any closer or farther away. Okay. Puzzle 65, the Tower of Teller. Oh my god, shut up. Oh no, I think I kind of remember this one. A stone statue stands before you. Beneath it lies a panel with what appears to have once been a crest of some kind, now a disjointed mess. Move the panels by touching the arrows that connect them and rearrange the pieces so that the crest is correctly displayed. Okay. This is like a corner piece, so... Or maybe it's the middle, I don't know. Wait, no, that goes towards the bottom. This part on the middle now goes towards the bottom. Yeah. And then maybe this one goes here? Nah, fuck. Okay, I fucked up. Hold up. I got this. got my directions mixed up. All right, Chief. This one. There we go. Easy. I forgot the owl statue just kind of dies. Nice.
That was indeed an intriguing puzzle.
I wonder what the fuck was up with that statue, though. Why was it so eager to die? Also, I completely missed the opportunity to do the... But, you know. Yeah, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away.
Whoa, we've started moving again.
It would seem this entire lift is, in itself, another puzzle put in place to protect whatever secrets lie ahead. I don't believe we're in the clear just yet. This may take a while.
We've stopped again. Another stage of the puzzle.
Indeed, that would appear to be the case.
I'll take on this one, Professor.
All right, but don't overexert yourself. We'll need to work together to solve the rest.
Roger that.
All right, let's fucking go. Yo, is he coming back? Is Owl coming back? That's not Owl! Yeah, I know how this works. You could never be who he was. Boink. This one's easy. Tracking these...
I've already seen the answer.
Wow, Layton, what happened to letting Luke take this one,
Joy
huh?
of solving puzzles.
You greedy fuck. You've come a long way. Keep it up.
I did it, Professor.
You certainly did. Well done, Luke.
But we're still not there yet, are we? Just how far is this lift going to take us?
Well, judging by all the stages thus far, whoever put this puzzle in place is certainly keen that we don't reach the top easily. We still can't afford to let our guard down.
Ah, we've stopped again.
Well then, allow me to take on this one. If Luke is in the clear animation for this one, I'm calling shenanigans. Alright, this one has 6 turns instead of 4, so that's how you know it's serious. What the fuck is that? It's like a minotaur with wings? No, wait, minotaur is like the ones with like human torsos. It's just a bull with wings. Alright, we need a sun. Put this one over here. Gargoyle, ah, fair enough. More like gargling demons. Ah, damn it, I messed up somewhere. I was real close, though. Hold on. I think I was right with that. And then right with there. And then, yeah, I was right with this one, probably. Because, like, yeah, all that's right there. But then there's, like, this whole top right situation. Start with that. Oh, yeah, I got it.
Let's see if I
feel bad for them.
Ah, the joy of solving puzzles.
Excellent.
That was an exceedingly difficult puzzle.
Was it, though?
The next stop must be our destination.
I think you're probably right, Luke.
Well, this is it, Professor.
Let's go.
It seems we have arrived at last.
Hey, Ollie. We in the finale. Or close to it? We're in the Layton section.
Wow, this is certainly different. There are flowers and plants everywhere. I can even see a water wheel over there.
It is a beautiful place.
Brr, this evening breeze is a little chilly. So, is this the storyteller's garden then?
I think that's
If I had a
probably
nickel for every
safe
Layton
assumption,
game that
Luke.
had a garden in its finale, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Judging by the abundance of water and rose bushes, it's being well taken care of. I'd be inclined to say the tower seems more akin to a castle.
Who'd have imagined we'd end up in a beautiful place like this? Let's investigate.
We're in the Storyteller's Tower. Layton's still investigating. Wright is fighting for his life in the trial, I assume. Amazingly, it appears the structure was recently adorned with flowers and kept in rather good repair. Alright, what's over here?
This building is really something else. I guess this part must be the storyteller's house. Isabella must have lived here when she was younger.
Yes, indeed, this must have been her family home.
Her family. I wonder if she had any plans to ever come back here.
No matter where she goes or what she does, family is family. This will always be her home. Don't know about that one, Layton. I'd say it's highly likely that she would wish to come back here someday.
I suppose so, even if her family was only the 2 of them.
The relationship between Isabella and her father may well prove to be an important clue.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. Huh?
What's the matter, Luke?
Oh, it's nothing. I'm probably seeing things, but for a moment there, I thought I saw something moving at the top of the tower. Sorry, it must have just been my imagination. Let's go inside, Professor.
Let's go. Wait, why'd you do that?
This appears to be a child's room.
It certainly looks that way. From its condition, I'd say it hasn't been used for some time. Presumably, it was used by Isabella as a child.
Right, so this is where Isabella grew up. Something pretty big must have happened to make her leave home so young. I wonder how Isabella and the storyteller used to get on together.
Isabella's a young lady of strong conviction and a kind heart. I'm certain that's because she grew up with a fine home environment. In other words, I'm sure she and her father must have spent some quality time here together.
Yeah, I have a feeling you're right about that. For Isabella, this place must be full of precious memories. I almost feel we're intruding coming in here like this.
But Luke, we have no choice if we wish to save Isabella.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. When you put it like that, I guess she wouldn't mind even if she knew.
Alright, let's examine over here then.
Crikey! Professor! Behind that curtain, there's someone there.
Nah, it's just the Scrunkly, Luke. The mysterious figure turned out to be the Scrunkly.
Oh, just the door. Phew, that's a relief. My heart was in my mouth.
Isabella must have played with this doll as a child.
Eh? Wait, what's this? Look, Professor, there's a child's picture book here. The title is The First Story.
It would appear to be a handmade children's picture book.
I wonder if it was written especially for Isabella.
It may well have been. Evidently, a great deal of loving care has been put into the writing and illustrations. There was a bad witch in the town. All the carrots in the field disappeared, and all the money in the bank was turned to pumpkins. The people of the town had to put up with all kinds of mischief from the witch. They didn't know what to do. Then one day, a brave young girl appeared and said to the townsfolk,
When the witch uses witchcraft, she always uses a big stick, doesn't she? So if we take away her stick, we'll be able to stop her.
After hearing this, the people of the town set a trap for the witch and managed to capture her. At her trial, the bad witch said this to the people.
Even now, the legendary Great Witch Bezella is living here in this town. Bezella is the queen of all the witches. She is the one who gives us witches life.
The townsfolk punished the witch, and peace was restored to the town once more. To this day, Bezella is still hiding somewhere in this town. But the brave townsfolk will not be beaten by the bad witches. Now, if I had a nickel for every Layton game that had some sort of children's book in their finale, I would also have 2 more nickels.
Who'd have thought there would be a fairy tale about Bezella? She's a mysterious character, all right.
Tell me, Luke, why do you think the author chose to write about Bezella in a children's picture book?
Huh? Well, maybe to make the child behave? Something like, if you don't do as you're told, Bezella will come and get you.
Yes, indeed. That is a possibility. Still, I have to wonder, Ernest. Why is it that some lowly witch was caught and not the great Bezella herself?
Well, I suppose it is a bit strange. If Bezella herself had been caught, the story could have been brought to a more conclusive ending.
I will forever just be a little bit sad that Layton's Mystery Journey is basically just going to be the last Layton game. Unless somebody, like, buys the IP.
Do you think there's some other reason?
It's certainly a possibility. I don't suppose there are any other handmade picture books in the room apart from this one.
Handmade picture books? I don't see any. I guess that must be the only one.
Which would imply this book has some special significance.
I guess so. After all, it is handmade. I bet you really treasured it.
I don't have the money, Ollie. Now, if we want to start a fundraiser... I don't know where to begin with that, actually, so no.
You think it was the storyteller who wrote this book?
The handwriting does seem very similar to that of the story. The book appears to have been written with a touch more care and attention, but I imagine it was the storyteller who wrote it.
He must have written it as a gift from father to daughter. It actually seems really thoughtful, even if the story itself is a little scary. I'd like to take this book to a speller.
Yes, let's do just that, Luke. We must take good care of it. Alright, we got the first story, baby. Wait, where's coin? There's coin. That shit was cash money, Luke.
Professor, what are you talking about?
I believe we've seen all there is to see here. Let's press on, Luke. Ooh, the storyteller's room.
Oh my!
I'm sorry, that was awful.
What do you make of this room, Professor? It's not very tidy.
This appears to be the very top room of the tower. The parchment lying on the floor here seems very similar to the type on which the storyteller writes his stories. I think we can say with some certainty that this is the storyteller's room.
Huh? This is the storyteller's room? I was imagining something a bit grander, like a throne room with all kinds of posh decorations.
While I agree it's a little eccentric, it's unmistakably the study of an author. He probably spent all his time in here, continuously writing those stories. You know, just the two. We didn't really have time to make a third one before all this happened.
The stories. I wonder what a speller thought of it all. Her father writing stories for all the townsfolk, I mean. What if she looked forward to seeing the new stories completed? Or if she...
The stories were probably a little too mature in content for a young child. I don't imagine the storyteller would have shown a speller many of them.
But in that case, surely she can't have had many opportunities to even talk to her father, given how busy he was. I guess that means she was pretty lonely. It must have been hard for her, even knowing how important those stories are for the people of the town. But I don't think it's right. No child should be unable to talk with their father.
I absolutely agree, Luke. I believe it will be important in the upcoming trial to have an understanding of Isabela's feelings towards her father.
Professor?
Knowing you, Luke, I'm sure you must have a lot of things on your mind at the moment. So if there's anything at all that you want to talk to me about, you will tell me, won't you?
Of course I will, Professor.
I'm always ready to listen. Now then, shall we start investigating this room? Let's. Oh!
Look, Professor, a photograph! Wait, I didn't think they even had photographs in this town.
Oh yeah. Huh. Indeed, it's not the kind of thing one would have expected to find here.
You're right. I certainly haven't seen any cameras about since we got here. There's no doubt that this is a photo, though. What could that mean?
This may be in some way related to the tower being so closely protected. What do you see in the photograph, Luke?
Yeah, two children, both young girls.
The photo looks quite old, doesn't it?
I wonder who they are.
I wonder. Come on, Luke. Well, one of them is surely Isabella. There can be little doubt about that.
Hey, you're right. Look at that pendant. It's the same one Isabella always wears.
The fact that she's continued to wear it ever since shows just how important that pendant must be to her.
What about this other girl? You think she's a friend of Isabella's?
Indeed, I'd wager two of them were rather close friends at that.
They look pretty chubby, alright? See, they even have the same pendant.
Luke! Luke! You're right there! A glimpse into Isabela's past. This may well prove to be an important clue. Like, knowing Layton, he has it all figured out and he's just playing coy, but come on, Luke. I would like to ask her about it face to face. Let's borrow it for the time being.
I wonder if there are any other clues knocking around.
Well, I'd say the something that you thought you saw moving earlier is a point worth pursuing.
But isn't this the last room in the tower? I must have just been imagining things.
Not necessarily, Luke. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a way of getting beyond even this room. Let's look around more closely. Let's go. Why are you here? Scrunkly. You gotta stop saying it, you know? It just keeps happening. Oh!
Ah, this is...
What is it, Luke?
It's laid on top of the piano. This was evidence during that trial.
That trial, my boy?
Yes, the trial about Sir Belduke's death. The trial when you were...
Ah, you mean when I was turned to gold? In which case this letter is the one that the storyteller's owl, Hoot, gave us after we last paid him a visit. I don't remember them naming the owl before, but okay. Maybe I just blocked that out of my memory. Well, he's Hoot now, either way.
Well, yes, it is, but that letter was completely blank, wasn't it?
Indeed it was.
That was meant to be Sir Belduke's suicide note, which he'd addressed to the storyteller.
Suicide note, you say?
But Sir Belduke's butler swapped the letter for some plain sheets of parchment before it got delivered. And those blank sheets were given to us by Mr. Hoot, who knew something was strange about them.
I see. I certainly missed out on some intriguing developments during my absence.
The real suicide note was revealed at the trial, but how has it ended up here?
Well, I imagine that's quite simple, Luke, you dumb fuck. What was that, Professor? Nothing. It's likely that after the trial finished, the letter was returned to its rightful owner. It was addressed to the storyteller, after all.
Right, I guess that does make sense. I suppose the storyteller finally had a chance to actually read it then.
Yes. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that he most likely did so very recently. Perhaps even today, while sitting at the piano. What on earth was going through his mind here before that final parade? There's something we're not seeing here. We need to investigate this closely, Luke.
What could it be? Surely this isn't a trap of some kind.
It's unlikely that a trap would be so obvious. At just a moment. There's some kind of puzzle in this piano. A true gentleman would never call you a bitch-ass child, Luke. Puzzle in a piano. Is that an all bets are... Damn it, I forgot I installed that spoiler-proofing Vine Boom technology in my microphone. Shit. Below the stained glass window is written, "When the stars have aligned, the goddess shall pluck her harp, bringing forth her serene song. Rearrange the musical notes to create a lovely melody." Alright. Touch a musical note, slide it around, place it over the desired spot to release the note switch places. Okay, when the stars have aligned, the goddess shall pluck her harp, bringing forth a song. Okay. Wait, hold on. I need a screen cap. I need to feel free to screenshot. There's no way to, like, fast forward it? Come on. Come on! Okay. Up. I believe that these were... No, wait. Run it by me again? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was only looking at the harp, really. Okay. Boink. Is that? Hold on. Let me see it align again just to be sure. I know I got the last three right. Okay, wait. There we go.
Allow me to show you my puzzle-solving skills.
Yeah!
You should expect no less from a gentleman.
A loud bang rings through the air as the celestial globe adorning the ceiling begins to move. Ooh. Ah. Ooh.
Look, Professor! A stairway just appeared. Could there be another room above this one?
I
Probably.
have a feeling that the rooftop we saw from the garden continues above here.
Oh, I can see what you mean, Professor. It's really dark in here, but moonlight seems to be coming in from up above.
Well, there's no turning back now.
Well,
The answer to the biggest mystery of all is surely waiting for us ahead.
I think so too, Professor. I wonder what on earth it could be.
The next step in the storyteller's story, if I'm not mistaken.
The next step? But the story has already finished, hasn't it?
Not yet, Luke. It's still a little too soon for the ending.
what did he mean by this? Oh boy. Is it time for Layton to get out a sword?
I had a feeling that you, of all people, would make it this far.
It's you!
I thought so. You are still alive.
Professor Layton, I've had enough of your running around, flagrantly contravening the flow of my story.
Excuse me, could you speak up?
I can no longer ignore your meddling.
I can hardly hear you over the booming orchestra.
Professor!
Look at him go!
Thank you, my boy.
This is right going. God damn. Oh no, I remember this one. Puzzle 69. All that the storyteller writes is destined to come true. Your opponent's attacks are no exception. Memorize the storyteller's tale and deflect your opponent's predetermined moves. Each night, enemy knights will appear in accordance with the storyteller's tale. Memorize the order of their attacks and deflect them using the knight's own moves against them. I'm afraid your role in the story ends here, Professor. Now allow me to write the tale of your demise. The knight drew his blade. As the battle came to a close, he raised his blade overhead and delivered the finishing blow. Look at the little dude. Okay, so obviously this is the last one. I think he went down first. And then he like did a slash to his side. Yeah, was that it? Those were the animations, right? Yeah! Cheapy Layton sword fighting is the best fucking thing. I swear. Well played, Professor. But how will you fare in this tragic tale? A new knight stepped in for his fallen comrade. He slashed quickly, delivering 3 blows before finishing the battle with a 3-hit combination attack. Spin, slash, side slash, slide slash. Yep, spin. Okay, so he starts and ends with a spin. All right. He did like 3, okay, oh God. Top left and middle bottom are the same, right? It doesn't matter which one I do first, right? Okay, but then he went down and then he spun again, right? Think you worked it out, do you? Let us see if you can predict the ending of this final chapter. The final knight drew his sword. As he attacked, he began to vanish into thin air, his movements veiled in the embrace of shadows. Down, spin, thrust, slash, sword. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so he started with that. He did a spin. I know I said spin. He thrust. Like this, swipe. I didn't see him jump though. I didn't see him jump, so I know that's last, and that means it's like that, right? Let's fucking go!
Let's see if I've proven myself.
Let's fucking go.
Should expect no less from a gentleman.
Marvelous, it would seem in this case that the pen is not stronger than the sword. Woo! The tiny lady. Parry this, you filthy casual. Uh-oh. Bye-bye, bitch. And also the knight.
Professor!
He's fine, Luke. Come on.
Well, now, that was close.
Luckily, I can never die.
Storyteller, I'm afraid that the power of your pen
Except that one
is no
time when I
longer
did, but we don't
absolute.
talk about that.
You never fail to impress me, Professor Layton. Just tell me one thing. What exactly are you trying to achieve?
You could say, I'm trying to lift the veil that hangs over the town.
If that is indeed the case, the answer lies in the final story.
Winning the fight but losing in the cutscene.
This very evening, the great witch Vizela will be tried, and all stories will end. You should take your place in the gallery and observe the final trial.
Permit me, if I may, to ask you a question, Mr. Storyteller. Why is it that you are here?
What?
You too should be watching in the gallery, watching as your twisted story
You mean
unfolds.
all of Xenoblade Chronicles 2? True.
My twisted story?
I haven't even played
What do you mean
Xenoblade
by
Chronicles 2 past, like, Chapter 4, but, like, was it Chapter 3? I stopped, like, 20 hours in. I do remember that. But I will have to pick it up again someday. But yeah, true.
You must surely be aware that your story has already become twisted. Take our arrival in this town, for instance. Not to mention our being here at this very moment. Neither of these things could have happened in the story you wrote. In other words, what I am saying is that you are no longer the weaver of the tale.
It is as you say. The story I crafted has indeed been twisted out of proportion by someone else's actions. I'm not surprised that you realized. It seems nothing passes by those sharp eyes unnoticed. That is exactly why I decided to write the grand finale. To prevent any further distortion. You mean to suggest that by ending the story, you can return the town to its original state? To its original state, you say? I'm afraid that is not the case. The entire truth behind Labyrinthia is sealed by a single spell. That's right. The final spell. The final spell, you say? When that spell is invoked, Labyrinthia's true form will become clear to all.
What kind of spell is that?
It is a spell that has always been hidden within plain view.
What's that supposed to mean?
Essentially, the final spell is concealed at the start.
The final spell is concealed at the start? What on earth are you talking about? Stop saying dumbass things, you're not making any sense!
Bah! I thought you two took it upon yourselves to unravel mysteries, do you not? Do what you will with it. Very well. Now then, I believe there's just one thing that you may wish to hear from me. And what would that be? Firstly, what would you say if I told you that this twisting of your story is leading towards a grand finale quite different to the one you had planned? What do you mean? This evening, you supposedly gave up your life to the Great Witch Bazella, did you not? As a result, the person thought to be Bazella is being tried in court at this very moment. Now, if you'll permit me to ask, do you happen to know the name of the accused? Naturally, I wrote the name myself. There can be no question. Of course, the name of the accused is... Isabella Cantabella. What are you saying? You mean my Isabella is... Yes, the accused of this evening's trial is none other than Isabella Cantabella. That can't be! That's preposterous! This is your doing. What have you done, Layton? You asked me what I've done, Mr. Storyteller. I am but a solver of puzzles and mysteries. I do not concern myself with scheming. My Isabella? Why? How is she the accused? Perhaps you ought to go and see for yourself, Mr. Storyteller. Do you think it's a good idea to just stand here lamenting your daughter's fate? What's to be done? Well, Mr. Storyteller, I will be returning to the court. I like to witness the grand finale with my own eyes. Ah yes, before I leave, there is just one thing I'd like to make clear. I do not intend to simply take my place in the gallery and observe the trial. Naturally, there is only one place for me to stand in order to unravel all of these mysteries. You mean to say you will stand as the defender? Unfortunately, the defender's position is already taken. Moreover, Mr. Storyteller, I am the one who knows the truth. The true identity of the Great Witch Bezella, that is. How can you know? There is only one place in which I should stand in order to assert such a fact, and that is not on the side of the defense. Surely you can't mean... I anticipate seeing you again soon, Mr. Storyteller. Whew! Oh, that storyteller voice takes a lot out of me. Let me hydrate. It's so fucking raspy. Oi. No, wait, I meant save! You can save at any point. I'll just save next chance I get. Fucking Fuga! Why does it have the fucking back button for this game as its confirm button? I'm all out of sorts. Court is now once again in session. Oh god, what are you doing? Your Honor, I just felt a horrid premonition and I need to save. Understandable. However, I must say I am quite surprised at this recent turn of events. To see Miss Kira at the witness stand once again, frankly, I cannot believe my eyes. Remember that time? God, I sound like a Family Guy cutaway, but remember that time that she was convicted of witchcraft and thrown into the arson pit? You were most certainly sent to the flames as a witch. His trial is going badly. We need to use the soul cannon. God damn it.
That's right, I was there. I saw it. She most certainly was.
Then how? How is she still alive?
Is it because she's a witch? Can witches not die?
No, she must have used a mirror and vanished just in time.
I say send her straight to the fire. We'll do it ourselves if we have to.
Enough. A witch must be in possession of a Telea Magica in order to use magic. I hate to disappoint you all, but do you see such a thing on her person? I think not.
But she must have... That girl must have used a mirror. Surely you can see that, High Inquisitor.
Demir is a spell able to make someone disappear from sight. It cannot make one vanish entirely. And besides, an investigation conducted by the Knights of the Inquisition has concluded that this girl is not capable of using magic.
Listen well, Miss Kira. Your existence alone jeopardizes the very peace of Labyrinthia. Yet, given the current situation, it is now imperative you testify to this court regarding what you saw. Immediately.
Objection!
That will not be necessary.
What?
This girl has already been convicted and tried as a witch in a previous trial. What good could come of her testimony?
Objection!
Hey, shut up. She was found hiding at the crime scene. I'd say that makes her a very important witness. A witness whose testimony we cannot choose to ignore. High Inquisitor Darklaw, I'm afraid your objection is overruled. That does not give Mr. Wright the right to say shut the fuck up, though. This is a court of law. Have some respect, young man. Right, my apologies.
You wish to proceed then? Very well. Let's just see how much of her story this girl is willing to tell the court, shall we?
Hey, wait a minute. I have literally had hot coffee thrown at my face in court before. Why is saying shut the fuck up crossing a line? No, get to the fucking testimony! There's no doubt about it. Miss Kira must have escaped through the passage leading under the Chamber of Fire. Although, from the looks of it, the judge doesn't even have a clue that the escape route exists.
I wish he'd hurry up and get the hint. I'm dying to take this helmet off already. The top of my head really itches.
Sorry, Maya. Take that thing off now and we're as good as done. Just hang in there a little while longer.
Oh.
Very well. Witness, you may begin your testimony. Explain to the court how you were standing here in court today, and why you were hiding at the crime scene. Let's fucking go. All rise. This was an American court. This is a British court. Fair enough. I was trying to think of a joke involving Great Ace Attorney, but I don't think I can make it flow very well. Let's just get to the fucking testimony. I'm stalling.
I am not familiar with this Kira you keep talking about. I came from the Eldritch Woods. I came to this town to summon forth the fire dragon and kill the storyteller. As it rained, I waited near the bell tower, next to the vigilantes for my chance. I was only there to carry out my orders. I don't know anything else outside of that.
You came here to kill the storyteller?
Yes, that was my task.
Objection!
Keep in mind, this girl was not the one who summoned the fire dragon in the end. That was the accused. As I warned you earlier, there is nothing to be gained from this witch's testimony.
Now hold on. She was still present at the scene of the crime with the intent to murder the storyteller. The defense insists we be permitted to continue with our cross-examination on those grounds. Narkle is really trying to weasel her way out of this cross-examination. That means there has to be something there. I must admit, I too am extremely interested in hearing what this witness has to say. Defender, you may begin your interrogation. Your cross-interrogation, it just doesn't sound right. That's why we still make the title examination. Anyway, enough of me rambling. Enough of me stalling. Enough of me staving off the inevitable. All right, we get it. Not familiar with this Kira you keep talking about. I came from the woods. I came to this town to summon forth the fire dragon and kill the storyteller. As it rained, I waited near the bell tower next to the vigilantes for my chance. I'll come back to that. I was only there to carry out my orders. I didn't know anything else outside of that. Does that include past memories?
Hold it!
Miss Kira, who exactly gave you your orders?
I cannot say.
And why is that?
I am not to disclose the identity of the one who has given me my orders. That, in and of itself, is an order.
How convenient.
I am only supposed to carry out my orders, nothing more. I do not know anything else. And besides, there is nothing more that I can really do.
Nothing more she can do? But hold on just a minute. Surely you are capable of using magic. You are a witch, are you not?
I am not a witch.
What did you just say?
I cannot use magic.
She can't use magic?
This girl is a witch. Every person in this courtroom knows that as a matter of fact. There could be nary a doubt.
Are you sure about that? Doesn't look like there's much to work with.
Even though she just finished explaining everything, I still don't fully understand. Oh man, Nick, you don't think this Kira is actually some sort of crazy magical zombie, do you?
I mean, her voice kind of sounds like one. Maya, you went through the same thing as Kira. Did you become a magical zombie?
Oh yeah. I guess not, huh?
Luke and I couldn't believe it was Kira when we ran into her in the marketplace. I mean, we thought for sure she was a goner back at the trial.
I don't think I'm far off, though. This Kira is way different than the old Kira. Looks like she doesn't remember a thing. She's almost like another person entirely.
But what if that's just it, Maya? What if the Kira right here, right now, is the real Kira, and the old Kira wasn't?
The real Kira, huh?
Yeah, and that's why I think I'm bound to find something useful in her testimony.
We can do this, Nick. I hope you're ready to slam on some desks, because we're gonna do some serious pressing here.
I'm not familiar with the Kira. I came to this town to summon the fire dragon. As it rained, I waited near the bell tower next to the vigilantes.
Hold it!
Were you really there? Hold it right there, Miss Kira. You snuck right past the vigilantes?
Yes, that's right. Those at the time were too. The girl is a witch. Therefore, something as simple as the vanishing from sight is child's play. Isn't that right, witness? Yes, that is correct.
Aha, I remember now. Just a few days ago, this girl... She left a bucket of milk outside for like 5 days. Was using that very vanishing spell, Demir if memory serves. I remember the milk chunks like it was yesterday. Your Honor, please.
Well, what are you gawking at, witness? Continue with your testimony.
What was that just now? I could have sworn I just saw Kira's face turn even paler than normal. Wait a sec. There's something not right about this testimony.
Just a hunch, but what should I do?
Don't bother. No, press further. Miss Kira, I have one simple question for you. You stated earlier in your testimony that you snuck past the vigilantes guarding the bell tower and went right inside. Tell me, did you use the spell Demir to get by them? That must certainly be the case. Had she not, she surely would have been spotted.
But remember what she let slip just a moment or two ago. She denied being a witch and stated that she cannot use magic.
Ah!
Therefore, if that's true, then you, Miss Kira, would not have been able to use Demir at all.
Objection.
What a ridiculous argument. How else would this girl have been able to walk right into the bell tower unnoticed by the guards? Explain that.
Objection.
I have a better idea. How about we have the witness herself explain it to you? What do you say, Miss Kira? I am not a witch. And I cannot use magic.
So then, exactly how were you able to ascend the bell tower without being noticed? Witness! Amend your testimony this instant. I'm sorry, I'm very on edge today.
Okay.
Judge, you weren't on edge like an hour ago. Are you okay? No, I need sleep badly. It's like midnight. I'm not supposed to be out past 8 o'clock.
What's going on? Besides the judge's sleep schedule getting fucked up, there's gotta be another way she got into that bell tower unseen, but other than magic, I have no idea what that could be. I was wearing the robe of invisibility, so no one was able to see me there.
Wait.
Objection.
There was, in fact, a robe dropped and left at the crime scene tonight. A robe? Miss Kira, that robe of invisibility that you mentioned earlier wouldn't happen to be this one right here, would it?
Objection.
How ludicrous! You're trying to tell the court that is the robe of invisibility? If it's really a robe of invisibility, then how is it we could see it right now? Dirty white spots and all. Ah!
Well, she's kinda got a point there.
Oh hey, what if the robe actually disappears when you wear it? Give it here, Nick. Watch and wonder as Maya the Magnificent disappears before your very eyes. So, are you amazed yet?
No, I'm not really. Whoa! Wait, that didn't actually turn you invisible, it just made the sound.
Oh, hold on, let me just adjust that a little bit. No, I think it just makes a sound.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm amazed.
Amazed at how totally ridiculous you look at that.
Hey, what gives? This thing must be busted or something. I didn't disappear at all.
Well, that's not it.
No. Tonight, at the bell tower, I was wearing that robe.
What did you say? Order! I said order! But how is that possible? The robe did not disappear at all.
That's because of the white powder on it. It's usually not that dirty.
Oh, you mean these spots here?
Please don't tell me. Oh yeah, Patty totally unloaded an entire bag of flour onto those nights, remember?
Not to mention it was still raining when we were up there. Flour must have gotten nice and wet, so it stained the robe. Say, what if we tried washing the flour off? Yeah! There's a small water fountain at the edge of the square. Head there right now and wash the robes so we can get to the bottom of this. Quickly now!
All right, this shouldn't be too hard. Take notes, Nick. This is how you do the laundry. See, all you have to do is throw the robe in the water like so. Wait, what?
So, do you see anything, Maya?
That's just it. I don't see a thing. It's disappeared.
What? How come it didn't make the sound?
Oh, I think the speaker thing got completely ruined in the water.
Oh. Wait, how come the flour didn't fuck it up?
Shh, 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 shh.
I frantically took a close look at the water in the fountain. But the robe had actually vanished without a trace. Right there inside the fountain. Defender! What is the meaning of this? How could you have ever lost such a piece of vital evidence?
Your Honor, it wasn't on purpose. Trust me, I wish I knew how it happened.
I can't believe it. The robe actually disappeared from sight.
I don't quite know what you're talking about. I can still see the robe just fine.
Huh?
Look, it's right there, see?
No, Miss Kira, I really don't see because there's nothing to see.
So, is that how it works? Putting the robe on makes you disappear completely from sight? But from the looks of it, only Kira is able to actually see the robe itself. It is not just me. It's all inhabitants of the Eldwitch Woods. All of us can see the robe.
The Eldwitch Woods. God, that's still such an awful pun.
Our village lies deep within the recesses of the forest. In a world much different from this one. That's where I live. As long as we obey the law of the land, we are allowed to live there.
I knew it. There's definitely something different about Kira compared to the rest of the townspeople here. For the time being, seeing as only the witness can see the robe, we will cover it in flour again for the sake of visibility.
Oh, come on, I just washed it!
But there's still one tiny thing bothering me. Miss Kira, your robe was found on the middle floor of the bell tower, the same floor we found my client. However, you were hiding on the uppermost level of the bell tower. You testified a little while ago you dropped your robe, but I have to wonder, what exactly were you doing there on the top floor? It would seem there was still much we must ask this witness. What say you, High Inquisitor Darklaw?
'Tis the Inquisition's duty to follow my lord's decisions on such matters, even if such matters are totally daft. I have no objections.
Very well. Witness, you are hereby ordered to continue with your testimony. Tell us what happened between your sneaking up to the top floor of the bell tower and tonight's most terrible crime.
Yes, okay. I was waiting on the middle floor of the tower. I started to turn around, but I was too late. They attacked me from behind. There was nothing I could do. My arm was restrained and the attacker covered my mouth. As I struggled to get away, I think I managed to pull something off of my attacker. That's when I lost consciousness. I woke up to find myself next to the bell on the top floor of the tower.
Witness, are you saying someone attacked you while you were in the bell tower?
Yes, that is correct.
But who?
I don't know. They attacked me from behind, so I couldn't see who it was.
So you were unconscious the entire time after that?
That's why I was unable to complete my mission. But even if I hadn't been unconscious, I couldn't have done anything trapped up high in that belfry like that.
I wonder if that weird contraption we found there was used to move Kira up to the belfry. At least I can't see any other way she could have gotten up there.
You heard the witness. She was locked up in the belfry of the tower. In other words, she couldn't have had anything to do with tonight's events. Therefore, there is no need for this utterly useless interrogation.
Objection! Not so fast! The witness also testified that someone attacked her tonight. Defender, are you implying that this attacker could have been Brazilla? I cannot say for certain, Your Honor. Regardless, the defense requests we be allowed to cross-examine this witness. The request granted. Now then, defender, you may begin your interrogation. And here's where the fun begins. Let's see if we can coax this mysterious second witch out of hiding. Waiting on the middle floor. I was too late. They attacked me. They restrained and covered my mouth. As I struggled to get away, I think I managed to pull something off of my attacker. Something like... something with a torn strap? Objection! Miss Kira, you stated that you felt yourself snap something off of your attacker. Would that thing, by any chance, be their bones? This right here?
Oh. That's it. I recognize that shape. That was the object I grabbed.
What did you say? But that's the accused pendant, is it not? Not quite, Your Honor. There are actually two pendants like this. The one you see here is the counterpart to Miss Cantabella's pendant.
Now that you mention it, I remember. The necklace was actually very tough. It didn't really rip right off so easily. So, I struggled against it, tugging and pulling at it for a bit, and I must have scratched their neck in the process.
Wait a sec, you mean you scratched your attacker's neck?
I think so, but I don't know for sure. Nick! In that case, that means the dark stuff on the necklace could be...
Yeah, could be the attacker's blood. And the court can clearly see there are still traces of blood left on the necklace itself. However, take one good look at my client and you'll notice there are no visible scars or cuts of any kind around her neck. Ergo, there is no way Miss Cantabella could be Miss Kira's attacker.
Nice try, Defender, but I must stop you right there.
Huh?
Have you already forgotten what I told you? The Great Witch can use any spell in existence. She could have easily healed any such wound in the blink of an eye.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but I already miss Inquisitor Barnum. Yay!
Man, we really can't catch a break on this one, huh, Nick?
Let us resume the interrogation. Witness, continue with your testimony. Please.
As I struggled to get away, I think I managed to pull something off of my attacker.
Wait. Just to make sure I'm on the same page as the game here, actually. I think I have something, but let me... Yep, okay. Gotcha.
Objection!
Man, why did they narrow down the options, too? That just makes it too easy. Miss Kira, there's something a little strange about your testimony just now, wouldn't you say?
Huh?
You stated that you were attacked from behind and the attacker grabbed you by the wrist, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Hey, Nuz, I don't know. Assuming that was in fact the case, and I'd say no matter how much you struggled, there's no way you would have been able to yank off this pendant, do you think? The strap on this pendant is too short. There's no way you could have reached behind you and managed to pull it off. Okay, chat. They always know. That is a good point. They do always know. Your Honor, what are you talking about? Miss Kira, the only way you would have been able to yank this pendant off of your attacker is if they were standing directly in front of you.
No!
Order! Order, I say! Witness, is this true?
I...
Objection!
The witness was the victim of a physical attack. It's only natural she'd be a bit confused on some of the details.
Objection!
We'll never know. I'll never tell them. No one will ever know! Hi, Inquisitor. I wouldn't exactly call mistaking the location of your attacker being a bit confused. I'd call it more of a barefaced lie.
Well now, Defender, I see you are as pathetically short-sighted as ever. Your argument is only valid assuming that the girl here actually saw her attacker. If she was not able to see this person, I'd say it'd make no difference where they were standing.
Then that means the attacker was also wearing one of these robes.
That is impossible, my lord. As the witness already stated earlier, only residents of the Eldritch Woods are able to see these robes. In short, the attacker must have been a witch and must have disappeared from sight with the use of magic.
You must mean the Great Witch Bazilla.
There is one more thing proving the attacker to be a witch.
And just what might that be?
The witness stated she lost consciousness. If you take a look in the Grand Grimoire, you will notice a spell called Fainfall. Witness, allow me to ask you. Did you hear the incantation of this spell? Now that you mention it, I do remember hearing something like that.
Just say what?
No, Nick. The line is, say what?
No, that's what I said. Here it is. Fainful causes those who hear the incantation to lose all consciousness.
We must not forget the Great Witch can use any and all magic at will.
Its effect takes hold the second the incantation is heard. Witness! Amend your testimony to reflect this important piece of information.
Yes, right away.
Oh boy, I can't believe she managed to get out of that one. Still, I'm not about to give up just yet. I'll keep on going until we finally get to the bottom of who this attacker really is. Now then, continue the interrogation. Now, bitch. I'll never tell.
I heard the incantation for Fainfall before I could even turn around. Can I read what Fainfall said again?
Causes those who read the incantation to lose all consciousness. Its effect takes hold the second the incantation is heard. Before I could even turn around. instant.
Objection!
Miss Kira, I have watched you at that witness stand this entire trial, desperately trying to keep something hidden from the rest of the court. I wonder if you're familiar with the saying, a lie begets more lies. It means multiple lies are bound to unravel and leave your story with more holes than Swiss cheese. Get to the point, Defender. According to the Grand Grimoire, a Fainful causes a person to lose all consciousness. Let me just pull out my Bible real quick. It's written here in black and white. Its effects take hold the second the incantation is heard. Miss Kira, you testified as follows. You heard the incantation for Fainful and immediately became aware of the presence of your attacker. You then put up a fight. You know, Carrick, if they did, then in certain circumstances that would be really inconvenient. But also, if that was the case, witches would have a really good sleep schedule because they could command it at will. Murder of Phoenix holding the grimoire is so funny, yeah. Yes, let me look up in the dictionary where it says I give a shit. But if you really did hear that incantation, there's no way you would have been able to yank that pendant from your assailant. Ah! Nick, why were you looking up in the dictionary? Shouldn't it be like... Shut up. I know I fucked it up, Maya. Order! What is the meaning of this? Stop babbling to yourselves and let's get on with the trial! Says the one who was fucking stalling earlier. The meaning is that Miss Kira didn't actually hear the incantation like she claims she did. But then... Why on earth was this girl unconscious? Kira was definitely knocked out by whoever attacked her. And when she woke up, she found herself up on the top of the bell tower. Saved it. It's possible Miss Kira was rendered unconscious by... something other than magic. The answer here is obvious. Something other than magic must have knocked her out.
Objection! And what, may I ask, makes you so certain of that? Is it not possible that another spell could have been used?
Objection!
That's just not possible. You of all people should know that. What? Miss Kira's claim that she heard someone say the incantation is completely false. Even so, that wouldn't be too much of a problem if she actually had heard an incantation. That's right. However, going by her testimony, that can't have been the case. The only spell capable of making someone lose consciousness is Fainful. Isn't that right, High Inquisitor Darklaw? Defender! Are you claiming there was another way besides magic that could have been used to render Miss Kira unconscious? There's only one other thing that crossed my mind. I'm speaking, of course, about sleeping medicine. Sleeping medicine? If you remember, Miss Kira stated that the attacker covered her mouth before she could scream. In doing that, the attacker was able to administer a potent sleep medicine, thus putting Miss Kira out like a light. Indeed. That does make sense. Therefore, Your Honor, the attacker did not necessarily have to be Bezella. I mean, why would an all-powerful being capable of commanding any and all magic need to resort to drugging someone?
Objection!
Hold it right there, Defender. They managed to sneak past the guards and make their way up into the bell tower. Clearly, they must have used magic to appear invisible.
Objection!
Oh my god, you don't need magic to make yourself disappear, High Inquisitor. Throw this on and getting past those guards at the tower is a piece of cake. The robe of invisibility. Wait, how did that... But, despite all that, there's still one glaring problem. Miss Kira?
Yes?
You admitted to the court earlier that you were attacked from the front, correct? If that's the case, there's only one possible conclusion we can draw. You, Miss Kira, were entirely capable of seeing your attacker's face.
Why is that? I didn't...
It's simple. You even said it yourself. Only residents of the Eldritch Woods are able to see this robe. That means, Miss Kira, That means, Miss Kira, there is a piece of this puzzle only you could possibly know. Only you can tell us the identity of the person who entered the bell tower and attacked you tonight. Well, shit.
I can't tell you. No matter what happens, I just can't tell you, no matter what.
You see, everyone? This witness has been covering up for someone from the very start of this trial. What? Lucky for us, we won't be needing any more of Miss Kira's testimony. Because the answer is staring us right in the face. I'm speaking, of course, about the true identity of Miss Kira's attacker. All the clues so far point to this one person.
Defender, I take it you are prepared to prove such a serious accusation?
I am. Alright, it looks like it all comes down to this. Now we'll finally see who's been pulling the strings this whole time. Very well, Defender. Tell the court. Who was the one responsible for attacking a witness and locking her up on the top floor of the bell tower? It was the fucking cat! No, there's really only one option, isn't there?
Take that!
The answer is obvious, Your Honor. It was you! High Inquisitor Darklaw! What? Order! Order in the court! Inconceivable! There's no way!
I must say, Defender.
You were the cringe-ass nene baby of legend!
Your courage is impressive, however reckless you may be. Accusing a High Inquisitor is no small feat, I assure you. However, with a serious accusation comes serious consequences. One small misstep, and I will personally see that you never set foot in this courtroom ever again. Mark my words, Defender.
I understand.
My, how confident. Let us see if that confidence of yours is well justified.
Miss Kira's attacker drugged her with sleep medicine. It likely took no more than a few seconds for her to lose consciousness. The medicine must have been very potent. True. After all, its effects appear somewhat similar to magic. There's only one person I can think of in all Labyrinthia who could supply you with that kind of medicine. Sir Newton Belduke.
Objection!
Defender, you are aware that Sir Belduke has been deceased for over 3 months now, are you not?
That's a fact I'm well aware of, believe me. While he was still alive, Sir Belduke provided the citizens of this town with a variety of medicines for whatever ailed them. It wasn't all just medicine. He also created some very dangerous concoctions. That's why, after he passed away, all of his medicines and creations were confiscated. Confiscated? Inquisitor Barnum said as much in the last witch trial. I didn't have the echo ready! Oi! The victim was an alchemist, after all. We were hoping the items confiscated from his study would provide some clues. Besides, such things must not fall into the wrong hands. It may not be standard practice, but it was deemed necessary. The confiscated goods are stored in our secret vault. The only person with access to them is the High Inquisitor, Lady Darkly. Uh-huh. Oh.
Objection!
So because I have access to the medicine, I must be the one that used it. Is that what you're getting at, Defender?
That's right.
Unfortunately to you, I would hardly call that proof. You said it yourself. Sir Belduke concocted a plethora of dangerous medicines in his efforts to assist the people of the town. He was well known for this fact, a fact that he no doubt was none too pleased with. As such, it is highly likely that those same dangerous substances are still scattered throughout the town. And therefore, Defender, it is entirely possible that the culprit was able to get their hands on such a dangerous machine. Medicine, fuck. What's a machine?
Indeed. Long has Sir Belduke's medicine played an important active part in maintaining the health of this town's citizens. There are plenty of reasons to believe some of his more dangerous medicines still remain within Labyrinthia.
A piece of advice, Defender. The next time you speak in court, I recommend you try procuring some real evidence before spouting such idiotic accusations. If you fail to do so, your next words will be uttered to the flames.
Figures. I knew she wouldn't take that argument sitting down. Both High Inquisitor Darklaw and Inquisitor Barnum are the very harbingers of justice within Labyrinthia. Raising such an accusation against either one of them without valid reason will result in the most severe of punishments.
What does he mean by the most severe of punishments?
I think the judge is saying that if I don't start making a case, we're going to be paying Sir Belduke a visit real soon.
I need to present some decisive evidence and fast. I'm pretty sure I should be able to do that much.
High Inquisitor Darklaw is the attacker, and the one thing that proves it is piece of evidence, someone's profile. Defense believes there is one clue here linking High Inquisitor Darklaw to the crime. High Inquisitor! That clue is actually still on you right now.
On me? Nick, did you bring the metal detector again?
We don't need it, Maya. I must admit, I do not know where you are going with this, Defender. But please point out this clue to the court. So is this clue supposedly still on the High Inquisitor's person? Her big fucking face. Look at how big it is now.
Nick, that's because of the magnifying glass.
Shh, I know. Come on. I am stupid. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks for that one, Chief.
Got it!
The High Inquisitor's neck? You don't mean... Miss Kira yanked this pendant off of her attacker's neck. Okay, I had my idea in the wrong place. I was fucking thinking of something else. Take a look at the necklace. It still has a bit of blood left on it. According to her earlier testimony, when Miss Kira pulled at the necklace, she supposedly felt herself scratch the attacker's neck. Is that correct, Miss Kira?
Yes.
Therefore, the attacker should still have a mark on their neck from having been scratched. Oh! Would you mind letting the court take a look at your neck, High Inquisitor Darklaw? I'm pretty sure that underneath that high collar, we'll find exactly the mark we're looking for. Unless, of course, you're able to get rid of it with magic. Most impressive. What?
I have to say, Defender, you've managed to finally hone that dull blade of yours into something of use. You are correct. There is, in fact, a mark on my neck that I did receive tonight.
Whoa. What?
Lady Darklaw! What is the meaning of this?
Does this mean that Lady Darklaw is...
The Great Witch?
Your Honor. Yes, I see you're still here, Defender. I may be stupid, but at least I'm not as stupid as the judge. Your Honor, I know you're shocked and everything, but come on, work with me here. Your Honor, the defense would like to call High Inquisitor Darklaw to the witness stand. What did you just say? It's quite clear that the High Inquisitor has some connection to what transpired tonight, and what's more, there is a chance she used her position as authority of High Inquisitor to frame my client as a great witch. But never in all my years as judge of this court has an Inquisitor been asked to take the stand in the middle of a trial. Owner. Well, we're going to have to make some history here if we're finally going to find the truth, Your Honor. Even so, the trial cannot continue any further without an Inquisitor.
Hey, in that case, how about you get Inquisitor Barnum? Inquisitor Barnum remains incarcerated in the underground dungeons for the crime of treason against the storyteller. I don't think he will be able to make it to this party. No way. Most regrettable, Defender.
This whole thing is hopeless unless High Inquisitor Darklaw takes to the witness stand. Hey, another thing another thing that was a building block for Great Ace Attorney, huh? Look at him go. I completely forgot they had this animation here. Espella will be done for. And the truth along with her. But on the other hand, without an Inquisitor on the other side, the trial can't continue, and the outcome would end up the same. What should I do?
Hold it.
Let's go!
I believe I can fill that role.
Professor, wait, what are you saying?
I can prove, conclusively, that Espella Cantabella is, in fact, the Great Witch Bazella.
Hey, yo.
Now, Mr. Wright, the time has come at last to settle this once and for all.
We've been waiting for the professor to show up. If there was anyone who could find some decisive evidence to win this thing, it was him. However, he ended up standing behind the Inquisitor's bench. The professor wasn't on our side here. I had to wonder, what the heck was going to happen?
And God help Phoenix whenever he meets another man who's on the opposite side of the bench as him. Layton's theme is cool, period. Oh, God, what a Chad. But yeah, 9 chapters into this bitch, we are getting to the verses in Layton versus Wright.
Professor, But what are you doing?
What am I doing, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, you were supposed to show up with some decisive evidence and save the day, Professor.
I'm afraid my only concern here is the truth.
The truth?
The truth behind the real identity of the Great Witch, Espella Cantabella. If seeking the truth requires us to stand on opposite sides of the courtroom, then so be it. I expect you to defend Miss Cantabella with everything you've got, Mr. Wright.
Oh boy. Court is now back in session. Are you prepared, High Inquisitor?
So long as I remain on the witness stand, I am no longer High Inquisitor. Simply Darklaw will suffice.
Miss Darklaw, I'd like to just confirm something. A moment ago we established that you were in fact present at the bell tower during the time of the incident. That makes a total of 3 people here at the scene.
It would appear that was the case.
However, you managed to stay hidden from 10 different guards. With the help of this right here, the Rube of Invisibility. Oh, there it goes again! In other words, there's every reason to be suspicious of your actions tonight. Lady Darklaw, while I cannot believe you would deceive us in such a way, I ask that you tell the court what happened at the time of the incident.
Very well.
Does it sound like Dad Vapor asked him where he was going at 3 a.m.? Jesus.
The town square was to be the parade's final stop. I patrolled the perimeter to ensure there was nothing amiss. As I passed by the bell tower, a pair of small footprints leading inside caught my eye. I went inside to investigate. I had my own reasons for not allowing any one of those vigilantes to see me. I climbed the stairs up the bell tower and saw an intruder with their back turned. I proceeded to apprehend them.
You apprehended the intruder?
While I hold the position of High Inquisitor, there are often times when I must partake in various secret tasks unbeknownst to the citizens of Labyrinthia. One of those tasks being ensuring the security of the storyteller.
Security?
As such, there's nothing odd nor suspicious about my actions tonight.
I see. Defender, you may now begin your interrogation.
Town square was weak to no. Perimeter.
Oh!
Nothing was amiss. You mean there was no immediate threat to the storyteller, right? Now you tell me, Defender. Surely you remember the final part of the story.
She must mean the part about the storyteller's death. There is little possibility of changing the outcome of what has already been written in the story. However, there are still those who would challenge the story and make an attempt at changing the inevitable.
That is what I too think.
What's up, Maya? Did you notice something?
You could say that. It's just, look at Kira. She's been looking down in the dumps since the start.
Oh, right. I honestly forgot she was still here. How come Luke isn't at the, Inquisitor's stand? Does the Inquisitor not get an assistant? Well, I mean, I guess they haven't had one yet, so why would they have one now? I don't know.
Not only that, she looks sort of scared too.
You're right. We can't afford to forget about her. I wonder if Kira has anything else she could tell us. I've got to remember the questioner the second I see an opening.
As I passed by the bell tower, a pair of small footprints leading inside caught my eye. I had my own reasons for not allowing any one of those vigilantes to see me.
And what were those reasons?
They relate to protecting the storyteller. It was something I was to carry out at that particular time.
It perhaps have something to do with what was already decided upon in the story.
The storyteller's word is absolute. Therefore, any or all those who make an attempt to alter his will must be dealt with immediately.
Hang on!
Excuse me, Miss Kira? Witness!
Yes?
Figures, she really doesn't remember her own name. You seem to be deep in thought about something. Do you remember anything regarding the High Inquisitor's testimony?
No, I'm sorry. Nothing in particular. It's just, I'm a little disappointed in myself.
Disappointed?
I traveled all the way here to Labyrinthia in order to fulfill my mission, but all I managed to do was fail and end up being captured.
Regardless of your own failure, Miss Kira, the storyteller did die as was foretold, did he not? Layton, you know. Oh, that's Layton being coy.
Tonight, as the rain came pouring down over the town, I arrived at my designated location. Naturally, the bell tower was surrounded by guards on patrol. 10 to be exact. I was very nervous.
She must be talking about the vigilantes.
Just relax, you'll be fine so long as you're wearing this robe, I kept telling myself. Little did I know that I was wrong. And none of this would have happened if I was just a little bit more careful.
Look, enough! I was thinking more about atoning for your past crimes and less about what could have been if I were you. 5 seconds after seeing the most alive man of all time. Is he dead, though? Is there anything wrong with Miss Kira's testimony? There's something odd. I know he's being a little sneaky bastard like he tends to be, but still. Hold on 1 second. About your testimony, Miss Kira. You were thinking to yourself that so long as you had your robe on, you would be fine.
Yes, that's right. I was...
So basically, you were wearing the robe the whole time you were on the top floor of the bell tower. Is that right?
Yes, I had it on the entire time. That is, until I was attacked. And my robe was ripped off by the wind.
Miss Kira, this is the first time we've heard any mention of this information.
Is that so? I think I must have just forgotten.
Your Honor, perhaps we should update this piece of evidence in the court record. Right you are! Visible only at Eldritch Woods residence, worn by Kira when she was attacked. Lady Darklaw, please continue your testimony. I climbed the stairs up the bell tower and saw an intruder inside with her back turned. I proceeded to apprehend them. Hey, wait a minute.
Objection!
So the person you saw when you entered the bell tower was actually Miss Kira. I was so fucking scared I got it wrong for a second, because, like, the music... I don't think the music has ever faded out up until this point. It usually just cuts. The only problem with that is that it would have been impossible.
What are you talking about, Defender?
Miss Kira, should I say, the witness, stated that while she was waiting on the upper floor of the tower, she was wearing her invisibility robe. Therefore, there's no way Miss Darklaw would have been able to see the witness. Oh, you're quite right. And when wearing this robe becomes invisible. Right, but there is just one particular group that can see anyone dressed in this robe. And who is that exactly? Only residents of the Eldritch Woods are able to see the robe. If you're from the Eldritch Woods, then you'll have absolutely no problem seeing this thing.
Objection.
So, what are you saying, Mr. Wright? Is that Miss Darklaw here actually hails from the Eldritch Woods? Is that correct? And that she knew this girl prior to tonight? That's right, Professor. What is this? A most impressive display, Mr. Wright. However, there is one detail that you appear to have overlooked. Is this something I overlooked? You say Miss Darklaw saw something she should not have been able to see. However, the truth is that there is one other possibility as to what occurred tonight. Did he just say what I think he said? It's rather easy to work out. Quite simply, the witness was not wearing the robe in the first place. What are you talking about, Inquisitor? The witness has proven her memory of tonight's events to be quite unreliable. I believe that by the time she climbed the bell tower, she had in fact already removed her robe.
What? Tis as you say, Inquisitor. As you can see, Defender, your assertion is mere speculation at best. Your little witness here has been lying to the court the entire time. It's as simple as that.
Objection!
1 second, the witness was quite clear with her testimony. Isn't that right, Miss Kira?
I'm not sure. What? I mean, my memory is a little fuzzy.
No way! It would appear there is nothing more to be gained from this line of questioning. Your Honor, I suggest we return to the cross-examination. A fine idea, Inquisitor. Well then, Lady Darklaw, will you please continue with your testimony? Fuck, he was easily convinced.
As you wish.
No matter how you slice it, Kira looks like she's definitely hiding something.
If only there was some way of getting her to talk, huh, Nick? No matter what Kira says, Darklaw just stays cool and brushes it off.
Yeah, this isn't gonna be easy, that's for sure. That's why we really need to set our sights on Darklaw. If we keep doing that, sooner or later Kira is bound to speak up and say something.
Whoa, Nick. That's your most dastardly devious plan yet.
I prefer to think of it as delightfully devilish myself. Alright, I know there's still a clue or two in this testimony somewhere. And I'm gonna find it. I should go back and double check her previous testimony. There have to be some more contradictions. Climb the stairs up the bell tower and saw an intruder with their back turned. I proceed to apprehend them. Let's go back. It's rewind time. Steam Hams haunts us to this day. For better or worse, it is basically timeless. Oh shit, I didn't realize we were gonna have a moment here. Well,
I wonder what's up with the professor. Something must have happened. There's no way he'd turn on us like this.
Professor's been very quiet so far.
But surely he must have noticed there's something that just doesn't add up with Darklaw's testimony.
Or he's doing a little trolling. Anyway, there's bound to be something in this testimony that we can use. We just have to make sure we comb this thing from top to bottom for any contradiction.
That's right.
Alright, let's go. Town Square is to be the parade's final stop. As I passed by the bell tower, a pair of small footprints leading inside caught my eye.
Hold it!
Those must have been Miss Kira's footsteps from when she snuck into the bell tower, right?
Indeed. The ground outside was quite muddy after the rain, so her footprints were easily visible.
Right. According to the vigilante's testimony... Hey, boat. Oh, just in time. They thought the footprints looked like Foxy's, but it turned out they weren't hers.
That's right. Her footprint would have contained the mark where her stiletto had been.
Like whose? The fight of 87. Shut up, nice.
But the footprints I saw at the bell tower contained no heel mark at all.
I was so worried they would have me fucking... I was so worried they'd have me do Zibble Chowton Chutchmill's voice again, and I was dreading it. And you stepped inside those footprints on your way up the stairs so as to not leave your own risk in being detected, correct?
Exactly. At that time, my main task was to ensure the safety of the town square. In doing so, it was of the utmost importance that no one knew of my presence there.
Had the townspeople noticed your presence there, it would undoubtedly have raised some suspicion. The game is called Layton vs. Wright. They just kind of forgot the versus part until the final chapter. Ah, fuck, I skipped the dialogue.
Therefore, it was imperative that I mask any traces of my being there, even if it meant utilizing another's footprints.
I see. A clever tactic, worthy of the High Inquisitor herself.
Is there anything off about her testimony just now?
There's nothing wrong, there's nothing wrong, there's nothing wrong, there's nothing wrong. Miss Darklaw, I just noticed something in your testimony that's very relevant to the case. How's that going for her? She doesn't remember anything, and she seems very traumatized. The defense requests you amend your testimony. Oh, my arm.
You just can't help letting that ridiculous imagination of yours run wild, can you?
The Inquisition has no objections. Bam. Very well. The witness will amend her testimony. What happened to the voice? Oh, God.
There was no heel on the footprints, so as I ascended the stairs, I was careful to match my footsteps to them, as far as possible.
No heel?
Objection!
Here's more of a coordinated victory. Yeah, true. What I have here is a sketch of the footprints left at the bell tower. I guess Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright doesn't have the same punch to it title-wise. So tell me, Miss Darklaw, are these your footprints in this sketch?
It would appear so. I would never mean to offend the hard work of Labyrinthia's vigilantes, but tonight's mask was mine and mine alone.
Okay. When you put it that way,
Can't help but notice a contradiction. What did you say?
Miss Darklaw, you stated the following. When you climbed the stairs, the footprints had no heel, so you tried to match your footsteps to them as far as possible. However, if you looked at the actual footprints that were left behind, you can clearly see that not only is the heel present, so is the entire foot. If you were trying so hard to step on the footprints already there, then the footprints in this sketch shouldn't have heel marks.
Fuck.
Very true. Although I do not think such a small detail is of much importance in the long run. I agree, small detail, Your Honor. But that's not all I noticed. There was something very telling about Miss Darklaw's testimony. Telling, you say? She stated that she stepped onto the footprints that were already at the scene in order to disguise her presence. There's something strange there. Specifically, why were these footprints left at the crime scene in the first place? Okay, that's what happened after the horny people left. Good question. We don't really know because it cut to a Layton section where he was investigating the Storyteller's Tower. I assume they're just back in the gallery now. Because that makes sense, I guess. But yeah, Layton was investigating the Storyteller's Tower. He found out some interesting shit. And yeah, from there, we've been investigating Flower Lady and now Darklaw.
Objection.
Still trying to find that great witch. Oh yeah, that too. The bell tower puzzle. Kira was in the bell. I know she's up by the bell, but it's funnier to think that she was like clinging to the inside of the bell. I think that's a funny image. Mr. Wright. Yes, Professor? Tell me, can you show this court why this seemingly minor detail is odd? I can't exactly do that at the moment. Who can say whether or not these footprints are indeed worthy of concern? And if there is an issue, then what exactly are the implications? That, above all, is what you must answer, Mr. Wright. I do not believe you can assert that this is a blatant contradiction at this time. There he goes again, flexing that amazing brain of his. He's never taken off that hat, has he? I bet he has a fucking massive brain in the shape of his hat under there. Phoenix wasn't there for Unwound Future. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Sad. Through evidence, TM. True.
That's enough.
Miss Kira?
Lady Darklaw, how? How could you? How could you simply abandon us? How could you simply betray us?
Betray? Witness! What is the meaning of this?
Lady Darklaw, you are the mistress of the Eldritch Woods. You are the one responsible for handing us our tasks.
What?
This wretched girl is nothing more than a detestable spawn of magic. Her words cannot be taken seriously.
It's a 50-50 shot always, whether or not the prosecutors / inquisitors look good facing the front. Darklaw is one of the rare ones that, yeah, looks pretty alright facing the front. Front-facing Barrick Van Zeeks is still fucking cursed, though.
People of Labyrinthia, I ask you, what am I, if not a loyal daughter of this fair town? No, you're lying, Lady Darklaw.
She's still a bitch, though. Correction. She is such a bad bitch, though. Blackwell looks funny. Also true.
When I was waiting up there at the top of the bell tower, I was most certainly wearing that robe. Lady Darklaw, you were also wearing a similar robe, were you not? Don't you remember? What nonsense. I haven't a clue what you're babbling about. I simply managed to sneak right by those makeshift guards. It's not the most demanding of tasks for someone like me. Yes, you're right. That would be true, if you'd been sneaking around by yourself.
By yourself? Witness, explain!
Enough. Listen to me and listen well. Continue as you are, and I will see to it that this court will be the last place in which you ever set foot.
Didn't you say that already? Like earlier? Get some new threats.
It matters not. The end is already nigh. After the events of today, I shouldn't even be here right now.
Miss Kira, you're saying that Miss Darklaw was not by herself at the time of the incident tonight?
That's right. Lady Darklaw was wearing the invisibility robe, and underneath that robe was a young girl passed down her back.
What? A girl? Could that be?
Yes. Was the very same girl imprisoned inside that cage up there.
You mean... Espella Cantabella? Shit, damn, boys. Order! Order! So the accused was carried up the bell tower.
My lord, there is nothing left for me to say. It is the word of the High Inquisitor versus that of a witch. Tell me, who would you sooner believe?
Objection.
Miss Darklaw, you of all people should be aware that this isn't a matter of believing or not believing. I'm afraid those are words that carry no meaning here. The only thing that carries any meaning within the courtroom is evidence. Would you agree, Mr. Wright?
Yes, absolutely, Professor. Well now, things are beginning to heat up a little. Are they not? Fine, tell me, Defender, have you the means to prove this assertion? Do you actually think you can prove that I, the High Inquisitor of Labyrinthia, carried the accused into the bell tower?
looks of it, Miss Kira is supposed to keep quiet about Darklaw's little secret. But she couldn't deal with all of Darklaw's denials and finally found the guts to chime in. Can't let Kira's effort go to waste. I don't care what stands in my way, I'm going to find the truth! Your Honor, the defense wishes to present evidence proving that Miss Darklaw did in fact carry my client up the tower. Oh yeah, she does have that headpiece, huh? Very well, defender. You may present your evidence. I knew it looked familiar, I just couldn't place it. Show us the evidence that proves Lady Darklaw carried the accused up the bell tower. The footprints. Take that! There's only one pair of prints. We've been over this. There is something in your testimony just now that I'm not buying. And that's the footprints that were left at the bell tower. Did I not just finish admitting that those were my footprints? Miss Darklaw, you stated the following. There was no heel on the footprint, so as I ascended the stairs, I was careful to match my footprints to them as far as possible. However, the reality is, the footprints pictured in the sketch actually do contain a heel. That means something must have prevented you from being able to tiptoe along the footprints that were already there. Prevented? Ah, you mean? Now I'm just picturing her tiptoeing, like sneaking around like a fucking cartoon character. That's right, Your Honor. Miss Darklaw, when you climbed up the bell tower tonight, you must have been carrying Miss Cantabella on your back. Is that correct? If you remember, it rained quite heavily tonight. That means the stairs must have been quite slippery. With your two hands occupied carrying my client, there would be no safe way for you to tiptoe up the stairs without falling. That right there is the truth behind the footprints on the staircase. Fuck, got him. Lady Darklaw, you... No fucking way. Fine, I admit it. It is as you say. I donned the robe and made my way up the tower. But I was not alone. I carried both Espella Cantabella and her little friend up the tower with me. Little friend? The cat, that black-furred creature of hers. I think is never ever a second from her side. Oh, she must mean Eve. When I arrived at the top of the tower, I saw this girl already there and called out to her. I was very shocked to see the mistress show up in person like that. The girl's presence was an inconvenience, so I immediately put her to sleep. Believe it or not, it's just like you said. I used what remained of Belduke's medicine to put the girl out of the picture. And that's when Miss Kira put up a fight and pulled this pendant right off your neck, correct? That's right. Cannot fathom it. That would mean this pendant actually belongs to you, Lady Darklaw? Shit, damn. We been new. I just have one question, Miss Darklaw. Why? Why take a spell up the bell tower? Why render her unconscious? And why go through the trouble of sneaking past the guards? What exactly was your aim in all of this? I am in no way obliged to answer that question, Defender. What makes you say that? Simple. None of this has any relevance to the case at hand. That is why. Miss Darklaw, I'm gonna need you to shut that bullshit up. I mean, you rendered the witness unconscious and locked her up at the top of the bell tower. I'd say that is more than a little relevant.
Objection.
Your Honor, if I may, the Inquisition believes the defense's question to be irrelevant to the current case. Professor, what are you saying? It would seem the defense has forgotten a very important point. Namely, the point of this, Mr. Wright. Huh? The aim of this trial is to find the identity of the Great Witch Bezella. Whether or not Miss Darklaw locked the witness at the top of the bell tower is hardly relevant to the purpose of this trial. But there's one thing that is very clear. Neither Miss Darklaw nor this witness could possibly be Bezella. Are you sure about that?
What?
If either one of the two were Bezella, they would have no need to use this robe of invisibility. I suppose. They cannot use any magic, therefore is it conceivable that either of them could be the Great Witch. Rather straightforward argument if there ever was one. At the time of the incident, there were 3 people present. Of those 3, 2 used the robe of invisibility to vanish from sight, leaving only one person. Indeed, Miss Cantabella. With this in mind, the larger question is, who is Bezella?
Is that not obvious? The accused, the speller, is the only possible answer. Besides, the accused's voice was heard by all the townspeople chanting the spell Grandworm.
Objection!
Not so fast! I happen to think these witnesses are extremely relevant to this trial. Did you forget about Miss Kira? She supposedly took a one-way trip to the pit of fire over there. Yet here she is in one piece, One Piece? Testifying that she returned in order to kill the ruler of Labyrinthia, the storyteller. Then there's Miss Darklaw, who rendered the defendant unconscious and proceeded to transport her up the bell tower. I'd say there's more than enough reason to investigate who these two really are. Only to discover that they are not, in fact, the Great Witch Bezella. I'm saying there's a possibility that these two are somehow related to Bezella. The court will now announce its thoughts on the matter. I must say what Inquisitor Layton has stated certainly does ring true. But I have to ask myself. He's been here for like 5 days. How did he become an Inquisitor so fast? However, Lady Darklaw, I have one question I must ask. What exactly were you hoping to accomplish here tonight? Ah, shit, that sucks, Poke. Fuck.
I assure you, 'twas not my intent to deceive the good citizens of Labyrinthia. However, I must now reveal the truth to you all.
What did she say?
You don't think Lady Darklaw is in league with the witches, do you?
She can't be. She was the one that saw to that other witch's demise.
Lady Darklaw, are you saying that you're...
That's right, my lord. I am a shade.
You what? A shade. Nobody's questioning the literal robot in the gallery. Lady Darklaw, will you please tell the court exactly what you mean when you say shade?
Yes, of course. I grow weary of standing behind this bench. I will tell you all I can.
What the heck is she trying to pull?
Why testify about something that could potentially undermine your credibility? Shades live outside the realm of those who dwell within Labyrinthia. To them, I'm known as the Great Witch. Those that are put to the flames in the witch trials become shades who live in their lives in the woods. We exist to carry out tasks given to us by our mistress, the Great Witch herself. I am not a witch, nor am I a wandering spirit.
What on earth? Hi, Inquisitor Darklaw. Do you mean to say that you are not only a witch, but that you're the Great Witch?
Unbelievable! Lady Darklaw's the Great Witch.
The Great Witch? Doesn't that mean she's Bezella?
That's right, Lady Darklaw's Bezella.
I do hope you have not forgotten what we have established only moments ago. It's not possible for Miss Darklaw to be Bezella. But Inquisitor Layton, surely your testimony just now proves it. I'm afraid that in the heat of such revelations, you have all misheard the information.
'Tis pointless. This is the extent of what the people of this town will believe.
I believe that truth will become clear during our cross-examination. Don't you agree, Mr. Wright? Defender, you may begin your interrogation. Oh boy, here I go examining again.
Hold it!
Great Witch?
Yes, that's right. However, I am not Bezella. The mistress to those who dwell in the Eldritch Woods is dubbed the Great Witch. Even if I wanted to be Bezella, I couldn't. As the ever-so-charming Inquisitor stated earlier, I cannot use magic.
Miss Darklaw, I have one question. What do you mean by live outside the realm?
I mean just that, Inquisitor. We truly do live in a realm separate from this town. Now surely one as intelligent as yourself has worked out the answer by now, no?
Perhaps. That remains to be seen, Miss Darklaw.
Regardless, it is something we cannot discuss with anyone. But it is something that the defense should be able to prove.
That almost sounds like a challenge. By the way, Miss Darklaw, since you're not actually a witch, what the fuck are you? Why do you continue to be called that?
To answer that, I must first discuss the true identity of the Shades. Those that are put to the yeah.
So you're saying that you don't have rhythm. But look at what you're doing right there! That the cure right here, right now, is the shade version of the cure from before. That had no meter. Oh my god. Mr. Wright, please. Stick to your career. Oh my god.
Indeed, Defender. The girl has no recollection of her life prior to living in those woods.
What manner of witchery is this? Why, this girl, the cure, the flower seller, was cast straight to the flames before our very eyes. I don't know why that rubbish. Sometimes my brain just, like, yanks things out of the recesses of my, like, memory. That's right, Your Honor. But as you can see, she didn't die. Yeah. You see, there's actually a trick to the incineration device in the witch's court. A trick? Once the verdict has been delivered, the court attendants move the steel cage into the position, after which it seals shut. Then the cage is dropped down into a pit of fire. The bottom of the cage then opens, allowing the witch to escape unharmed into an underground passage. If what you're saying is true, Defender, then what if this town's witch-purging history? What has been the purpose of all this?
You and the knights have indeed been You and the knights have indeed been ridding Labyrinthia of bitches. However, nary a single life has been taken in the process. That is the reality.
But you cannot truly expect me to believe such a ridiculous notion! Your Honor, it's true!
How'd you like my bailiff impression? Take a good hard look. Doesn't get any more alive than this.
Ah! It's you! I am May! Maya he! Maya who?
Well, it's actually Maya Fey, your forgetfulness.
What the heck are you doing? Everyone's gonna recognize you!
Yeah, but seeing is believing, Nick. Now they have to believe you. Do you see? Are you satisfied? All those found guilty in the witch trials lose their names, magic, and memory. They are then sent to spend their lives as shades in the Elder Witch Woods. mistress of those shades is the Great Witch. As you can see, this girl too has become a shade.
I have no more words to express my utter disbelief at this situation.
That's enough. Shall we return to the testimony?
Why do I have the feeling things are gonna get a lot worse?
These tasks you mentioned, were you acting on them this evening? Yes, I was told to come here and become Bezella.
Well, wait just a moment, witness. You say become Bezella? Well, fuck.
My, how absolutely dreadful.
Why would anyone be given such a terrible task?
Where have all these shades come from?
Order! Order!
I'm sorry. I don't know why I was given such a task. All I can do is follow the orders I am given. If I can do that, then I can return.
What do you mean you can return?
Well, you see, there's like this package I've been meaning to return to, like, the post office. They won't let me do it until I do all these tasks. It's very annoying. Such is the nature of the shades. And the nature of the labyrinthian post office. Neither human nor witch. Theirs an existence spent in the shadows. Each of the shades is given specific tasks. Then, upon successfully completing such tasks... Yeah? They are allowed to return to Labyrinthia as brand new people.
Lady Darklaw! How can they return as brand new citizens when we already know who they were? For instance, we all recognize the former flower seller standing among us.
Now that, my lord, remains a secret. But a secret you will come to understand sooner rather than later.
Simply baffling.
The one who gives us our task is the Great Witch. That would be you, Lady Darklaw. Oh, Magnificent One.
While this explanation is wrought with much I cannot comprehend, I request the witness add it to their testimony.
Okay.
Okay.
Lady Darklaw was our venerable mistress. She assigned us our tasks. She was the Great Witch.
Hold it!
So about these tasks, can you give us any other examples?
The Shade's tasks must never be discussed with others, no matter what.
She says that even though she just finished telling us all about her secret task. Incidentally, do you perhaps remember? When you arrived back in town to carry out your orders?
Well, not really. My memory is still, a little fuzzy. Say, didn't Kira only just recently become one of those shade thingies?
God damn it, Carrick.
Still, I failed in my task tonight.
Come to think of it, when Luke and I had a little run-in with Kira, I remember being blown clear across the marketplace. But I never saw any explosives or gunpowder.
Maybe. Kira was given the task of blowing you to smithereens, Nick.
And we're done. Getting back to this testimony.
I'm sure something here just doesn't add up. I am not a witch, nor am I a wandering spirit.
don't really have any recollection of your old flower-selling self, do you? I don't. When a witch becomes a shade, they lose all memory of their past life. They lose their memories, but why? You still have some grasp of the concept of magic, do you not, Witness?
Let me spell it out for you. Magic does not exist in the Eldritch Woods. Oh, but there are actually lots of things back in the forest that I have not seen in this town.
There are things you haven't seen here?
Like really huge machines, that sort of thing. There's one that spits out fire with such amazing speed and then it expels these huge plumes of grey smoke.
Machine that spits fire? Never have I heard of such a thing. Are you certain that these machines of which you speak are not simply magic?
You know, now that you mention it, I don't think anyone from this town can actually see those of us from the forest.
They can't see you? Could be something like that robe?
He doesn't know.
But I know. How can such a thing even be possible without magic?
Objection.
Miss Darklaw, if I may interrupt for just a moment.
What is it, Inquisitor Layton?
Through your testimony just now, we have all come to understand the process of how one becomes a shade. However, I was hoping you could perhaps elaborate on one additional point. Namely, what exactly is the purpose behind the shades?
If you wish to know our purpose, there are certain other things you must first understand. Once you've done that, the answer should become quite clear. Isn't that right, Defender?
The purpose behind the shades?
Rest assured you will not get the answer from me. As the saying goes, the witch is in your court, Defender.
Sounds like Darklaw's challenging me to figure this out. Challenge accepted!
Hold it!
Miss Darklaw, what is the purpose of the shades?
As mistress to the shades, I cannot disclose the purpose of their existence.
Well then, since Miss Darklaw is unable to tell us herself, it seems we must rely on evidence instead. Evidence, huh? I do believe the shades could have something to do with that which exists in this town, but ought not to. Something that exists, but shouldn't. Well, Defender, are you prepared to present evidence? I was born ready, Your Honor. Something that exists in this town, but shouldn't. I think I know what you're getting at, Professor. Defender, please present your evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Purpose of the shades could be to make sure this particular thing exists in Labyrinthia. If I remember correctly, it could be any of them.
Take that!
Something that doesn't exist? I have a feeling no one is gonna like the answer I'm about to give, and it'll probably end up shaking this town to its core. But I've got to tell them. The truth has to come out. Since I arrived here in Labyrinthia, there's been no shortage of really strange events. Ignize, Demir, Godor, Goldor, and now Granworm. The bare command of magic is in itself a crime, is it not? In this town, witches are arrested and made to participate in witch trials. They are then sentenced to death by fire. But none of the witches actually die. That supposed death by fire wasn't real. And neither is magic. It doesn't really exist. What are you saying, Defender? The Eldritch Woods apparently contain some rather large machines, unlike anything that exists within Labyrinthia. Machines that emit fire and produce large plumes of smoke. To top it all off, the citizens of Labyrinthia are not able to see said machines. Sounds nothing more than magic. Yes, that's exactly it, Your Honor. Miss Darklaw? Magic doesn't really exist in this town. That's the answer, isn't it? Magic just... What utter nonsense! It seems we have finally arrived at the stunning conclusion. The secret behind Labyrinthia. What? Damn, Phoenix wasn't lying. They don't like that one.
Oh, Nick, chat is not liking that one. They're beating your ass they're beating your ass, Nick.
Order, I say! What is the meaning of this? It means that all the magic you see in this town was nothing more than an illusion created and put into motion by the Shades. But Defender, the witches, we've clearly seen them use magic. Let us take a moment to think carefully about the systems employed by the Shades. Systems? What is essential in order for a witch to use magic? The witch must possess a Telea Magica and must say an incantation in order to cast a spell. And the spells able to be cast are determined by the scepter's magic gems. Now, what do you think is the purpose of placing such requirements on the use of magic? What do you mean, purpose? These requirements are not there to allow the user to cast magic. Rather, the reality is they are there to inform the Shades of who should be using magic. It is possible that witches were always being closely observed by Shades. That's why they donned these robes, to appear hidden until they were needed to create magic. Create? Indeed, there are all kinds of spells within this tomb. It would be quite troublesome if they were simply allowed to use any spell at will. Yeah, it would make the Shade's job that much more difficult, for sure. Precisely so. That is why it was imperative that a certain restriction be placed on the use of magic. You're referring to the Telea Magica, right, Professor? Of course. No wonder the scepter could only contain 2 magic gems. Then there's the incantation. What would happen if a witch could simply whisper the incantation quietly to herself, or not even say it at all?
Boy, that'd be so cool. I'd be casting spells all day long and no one would ever see it coming.
Maya, we spent an entire trial proving you weren't a witch, remember? If the witches didn't give some sort of signal, then there would be no way for the Shades to know when to cast the spell. Right you are, Mr. Wright. The incantations were a way of telling the Shades when the witch was ready to use magic. What on earth? Never did I think those requirements could have such a purpose. As I suspected, what appears to be a larger than average dog is actually a hologram projected from an orbital satellite. I understood that reference. Now, let's think back to the previous events leading up to today that have involved magic. Our first encounter with magic was the use of the spell Ignize a few nights ago. A spell like this was nothing more than a flame spewed from a machine being used by the Shades. Then that means Demir! A spell that makes the caster disappear? No doubt about it, it must have been this robe. Next is the incident with Goldo, a spell that transmuted me into a gold statue. Good for me. While I understand this may sound a bit absurd, I can only surmise that the Shades created a gold statue in my image, took me, and left it in my place the instant the incantation was uttered. Professor, it's no more absurd than anything else that's happened so far. We can therefore conclude that all of the magic in Labyrinthia was created in a similar vein. What do you say to that, Miss Darklaw?
I expect nothing less from you, Inquisitor Layton. At any given time, there were between 5 and 10 witches in town. All the witches were accompanied by shades at all times. It was easier than you would think. You see, the shades living in the Eldritch Woods total in the hundreds.
What about the literal portal? We're not going to explain that one. That is the one that I am not touching with a 10-foot pole. Cut up in the drywall! You just hear a chainsaw buzzing.
It was a matter of simply having each of the shades operate in shifts in order to watch over each of the witches within the town.
I must say, Lady Darklaw, there's quite a number of shades.
It was not only those who fell victim to the flames that were turned into shades, but their victims too were made permanent residents of the Eldritch Woods. Then, those two shady thieves from before were turned into shades? Ah yes, you mean Robs and Mugs. Despite their dubious creature-like appearance, those two were a couple of my best shades.
Shady thieves turned into shades. This stuff writes itself. I cannot believe what I have heard. Oh, I need a drink. However, there is still one thing I do not understand just yet.
And what would that be?
As just been explained, we have established that there is no possibility of magic being real. But replacing me with a gold statue to give the illusion of transmutation, for example, while it sounds simple enough, you know what else sounds simple enough? Creating a fucking... I said I wasn't going to touch the portal. I said I wasn't going to touch it, but it bugs me. I myself, and presumably also Miss Faye, have no recollection of this replacement actually taking place.
Hey, that's right! Professor got all bling-blingy before I could even bat an eye.
It begs the question, how and where was that statue created, let alone used to replace me? That is true. The same goes for Godor. Okay, it's supposed to create a portal between two green-colored walls. Perhaps. That's exactly why a spell can only work on green walls, Mr. Wright. Still, it'd be impossible for a shade to get those portals ready so quickly. I agree. If we take a moment to think, we can see that all of these spells have one strange thing in common. A thing in common? Yes, indeed. Almost as if some time between the start and end of the incident was unaccounted for. Furthermore, any memory I might have had regarding the incident seems to have simply disappeared in the process.
I've got it! Nick! They used a chainsaw on the drywall to make the portals. It's just like what happened to Kira. She's got absolutely no memory of her life in Labyrinthia before the trial. Right? Yes, I do not remember this Kira you speak of. And oh yeah, when you really think about it, doesn't it seem super weird how the Shades are able to return to town if they complete their tasks?
You're right, Maya. I mean, the townsfolk are bound to remember some things about them, right? How come Miss Kira here threw a major hissy fit in court and was barbecued for being a witch? Eloquently put, Mr. Wright. Oh yeah, that's true. Hence, we cannot yet conclude that this entire illusion was primarily accomplished through the use of machinery. Simply put, there must have been some way of affecting the memories of all those within the confines of this tower.
Missing time and lost memories? Now that is interesting, Inquisitor. You are correct. There is in fact a secret that lies within the depths of the Eldritch Woods. Something that the people of this town cannot see. Something that can rob people of their time and memories. 'Tis the very thing that connects all of what you have heard tonight. A secret of monumental proportions.
And let me guess. 'Tis a secret that cannot be revealed by the mistress of the Eldritch Woods. Is that right?
Yes, an excellent deduction, Defender.
Witches' souls wander astray within the Eldritch Woods. Until tonight, I thought this nothing but a mere fairy tale told to children. It's become clear that a seemingly larger organization lies within that forest.
The Witch's Court is the border between this world and the other world.
Then that means, in this world, you're Labyrinthia's High Inquisitor, while also being mistress to the Shades in the other world. Otherwise known as the Great Witch. May I intervene for just a moment, Mr. Wright? Sure. In all honesty, there is still something that sticks out to me as a little odd. Particularly in Miss Darklaw's previous testimony. Did you say the previous testimony? I'd already pushed that out of my head. There was one vital truth that we managed to take away from that testimony. You mean that magic does not truly exist in Labyrinthia? Indeed, quite the vital, albeit shocking, truth. However, there is one more truth hidden within that same testimony. There's something else hidden in that testimony? I must have checked the court record more times than I can count, but I didn't find a single other contradiction. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Wright? When there is no evidence left, we have but one more weapon at our disposal with which to uncover the truth. I just felt a fucking chill run down my spine because I just realized what my fucking Layton voice is, and I hate, oh no. Let me reread that line. We have but one more weapon. His bolt.
Oh, hey! I've got it, Nick! Remember, in a witch trial, you can cross-examine two witnesses at the same time.
Hey, that's right!
I completely forgot.
Being able to have a look at two testimonies side by side is bound to turn up a contradiction somewhere. And that contradiction should provide us with a much-needed clue. Professor Layton is a fan of I, as any based individual would. British his No. Rubbish. It's called his bollocks. I'm not entirely sure where the professor is going with this, but I believe in his judgment. Besides, if we're going to blow this case wide open, it's gotta be worth a shot. His bollocks. His bollocks. Oi, I pressed the wrong button. His bollocks. Very well. We will now take a closer look at Lady Darklaw's previous testimony. This is it. This Darklaw's previous testimony. There's a glaring contradiction between this piece of testimony and the others. Ready yourself, Mr. Wright. Shades live outside the realm of those who dwell within Labyrinthia. To them I am the Great Witch. She was the Great Witch. Was!
Objection!
Wait, when did you get over here? I'm so glad this is the last Layton stream. Your Honor, there's obviously a huge discrepancy between these two pieces of testimony. Not even just the last Layton versus Wright stream, just the last Layton stream ever. Unless I play that mobile game, but I don't think Layton's in that, and also I don't know how I would stream a mobile game. Miss Darklaw stated that she is known as the Great Witch. However, according to Miss Kira's testimony, Miss Darklaw was her venerable mistress, the Great Witch. That is correct. She was the Great Witch. Note Miss Kira's use of the past tense. Past tense? I'm afraid my grammar is not quite what it used to be. May I ask what you mean? Oh, god damn it. It's simple. Miss Darklaw was Mistress to the Shades, or as they also called her, the Great Witch. Therefore, she is no longer the Great Witch. She is not the Great Witch? Witness, is this true? It is as you have heard, my lord.
I relinquished my position as Great Witch in order to fulfill the objective of this task.
What would that objective be again? That would be the assassination of the storyteller, Your Honor. Okay, now I'm just playing into it. Witness, at the beginning of this trial, you stated, you came to town in order to complete your task, didn't you? What's more, you said that you were going to summon the fire dragon to do it. Now this task, it wasn't Miss Darklaw here that gave it to you, was it?
No, it wasn't.
So then, the most pressing question is, who was it that gave you that task? Who told you to come to Labyrinthia and assassinate the storyteller?
I cannot tell you, no matter what.
Alright, so Darklaw isn't the Great Witch anymore. Which must mean the mastermind behind this entire thing is... It would seem the defense has worked it out as well. Mr. Wright, you know who really gave Miss Kira her task tonight, do you not? Defender, I ask that you enlighten the court. Show us who really gave this witness a task to assassinate the storyteller, the cat!
Take that!
The storyteller? We're talking about someone with the authority and powers to replace the Great Witch. Someone who calls the big shots. I can't think of anyone else that meets those criteria except for the storyteller himself. Preposterous! That would mean... Exactly, Your Honor. It means that the storyteller gave this final task to Kira himself. He was in short responsible for his own assassination. What? There's no goddamn way. Order! Order in the court! But for what purpose? Why would he plan his own assassination? That I cannot say, Your Honor. However, the final chapter of the story does tell of his inevitable death. While he assigned this task to Kira himself, it is perfectly natural that he would do so. However, what is not natural is your behavior tonight, Miss Darklaw. What was unnatural with the High Inquisitor's behavior? You were once the head of all Shades, and yet tonight you tried to interfere with the storyteller's plan. You rendered Miss Kira unconscious and locked her away in the belfry of the bell tower. Lots of bells tonight. That to me seems like the activity of someone aiming to put a stop to his plan altogether. Indeed. Lady Darklaw, what would be the reason for such behavior? I leave that to you, Mr. Wright. Based on what we've seen in this trial, the defense believes Miss Darklaw's reason for covering up her actions tonight can only be attributed to one thing. This plan was handed down by a storyteller himself. And Miss Darklaw was definitely aiming to put a wrench in it, but why? There's one possible reason I can think of as to why Miss Darklaw had to hide her actions tonight. She was aiming to betray the storyteller. Betray the storyteller? I agree, Mr. Wright. The storyteller used the Great Witch Bezella to take his own life. Instructions to carry out the plan were given to Miss Kira. However, Miss Darklaw planned to intervene and change the scenario at the very last minute. She planned to do so by changing the identity of the Great Witch from Miss Kira to Miss Cantabella, thus bringing us to our current situation. Miss Cantabella on trial for the murder of her father at the hands of Bezella. You, Miss Darklaw, seem to harbor a rather strong hatred for the storyteller, if I'm not mistaken.
A hatred, you say? Yes, I suppose you could call it that. That's right. Behold, my revenge.
Did you say revenge? Miss Darklaw, will you please tell the court of your plan for revenge?
If you insist. The High Inquisitor, and also the Great Witch. Long have I donned those two masks, one as Labyrinthia's protector, the other its harbinger of destruction. In other words, I was merely meant to serve him, and yet he sought to selfishly pen the ending of the story under his own terms. He did not care enough about me, or any of the townspeople, to allow us the dignity of deciding our own fate. Indeed, what we witnessed tonight was the cowardly act of a man looking for an easy way to end that which he could not properly finish. He cared for no one but himself, hence this sudden sham of an ending, and for that, I will never forgive him.
What do you mean by sham of an ending?
The Great Witch Bezella is to summon a dragon of fire and end the life of the creator. She will then be put on trial and judged, thus heralding a period of peace and prosperity for all of Labyrinthia. Such is the ending written for this town and its people. It is not an ending I oppose in principle. Who would not wish a happy ending for their own people? However, the problem lies in Bezella's identity. As you know, he planned to send himself to Super Hell and assigned the role of Great Witch to this girl beside me.
Just saying that was a falsehood, is that correct?
I knew Bezella's true identity. It is not something I could ever forget. That is why I went to the bell tower, and it is why I took the accused there. I did it to ensure the true witch, foretold in the story, was given the judgment she was due.
The true witch? You don't mean...
Yes, I speak of none other than Spella Cantabella.
Objection!
Miss Darklaw, there's a glaring contradiction in your statement.
And what would that be?
It's supposedly common knowledge that Bezella is capable of using all magic. However, that is far from the truth. Magic does not actually exist in this town. It was all one giant illusion created by the Shades. Therefore, the Great Witch Bezella cannot exist either. What if it was all a dream?
Defender, you really don't have a clue, do you?
But wait just a minute now, is the defender not correct? The magic does not exist, and it goes without saying the witch did not exist either. And that would include the Great Witch, would it not?
That's right, blimey. They've been lying to us this whole time.
Dastards. Bozella isn't real. Mr. Wright, there is a fundamental mistake in your argument. What do you mean? I have but one simple question. What exactly is Bozella? Huh? Well, she's supposed to be the head of the witches. Allow me to reword the question. The Great Witch Bozella is the root of all disaster within Labyrinthia. Knowing that, what specific disaster might she have been the root of? That would be,
I just thought of something. We've been hearing Bozella's name left and right since we got here, but not once has the real Bozella shown up in person.
Indeed, Miss Faye. Bozella herself has been virtually absent from the story.
But Inquisitor, did she not claim the life of the storyteller tonight?
It would appear so, Your Honor. However, there is just one more thing. Consider this. Which particular story is every citizen of Labyrinthia most familiar with? Well, that would have to be the legendary fire, right? Precisely.
Surely you're not serious. As the name implies, that is but a mere legend. No one knows for certain if it occurred.
So they say. The reality is there are still traces of that terrible fire within the town today.
Professor's right. We've even seen some of it up close and personal.
Hey, yeah, at the Great Archive.
You are indeed correct, Inquisitor. Littered throughout the town are burnt remnants of a fire most fierce. We have never attempted to repair it. Nor so saw what actually happened either.
Let me see if I have this straight. There's an entire town full of people and no one saw what happened.
Correct. Except for one particular person.
What?
There is one person who saw everything. I am speaking, of course, of the one responsible for the fire itself. The Great Witch Bozella.
Yes. I remember it. All of it.
Spella, what are you saying?
When I close my eyes, I can picture it so vividly. That awful sight of the flames engulfing everything they touched. The scorching heat on my skin, the smell of burning cinder all around me. The large plumes of black smoke, the warm tears streaming down my face. I remember it all. What you are recalling now is the moment the Great Witch Bozella destroyed our town. Well, it appears my role here is finished. As for the rest, I leave it in your capable hands, Inquisitor.
Huh? Darklaw, she just vanished into thin air. For once, the animation is accurate. And the sound.
She's right. These memories are proof that I...
Yeah, Bozella.
But Espella!
Mr. Wright. Remember, if you will, what I said at the beginning of this trial. I came here to prove that Spella Cantabella is, in reality, the Great Witch Bozella. Right. There is still one more thing I wish to present to the court. I would now like to call the final witness to the stand. The final witness?
Hold it!
Oh, it would appear he has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, I give you this trial's final witness, the storyteller. And just like that, he appeared. The man who died not hours before, and the victim of this very trial. Storyteller himself. The professor sure chose one heck of a final witness. Morning is drawing closer and closer. How this trial will end is anyone's guess. Alright, I am going to be right the fuck back. I need to go get some water and take a piece. I'll be back. He's got a secret weapon. His bollocks. We're back. Ugh. The epilogue. Let's get ready for the world's longest epilogue, by the way. I don't quite know what to say. I'm truly shocked to see the storyteller again, alive and well. This was unexpected by me too, as I did not plan to appear before you all again. I was convinced that you would all see the last of me at the parade. But this is the trial for your murder. And you are alive.
Yeah, see? No one was killed. Let's call this whole thing off and never have witch trials again.
Whoa, Maya, take it easy. We're still in court, remember?
But what's the point of this? The storyteller wasn't killed. Espella would never do anything to harm her dad.
Objection.
If only it was as simple as that to end this trial. However, it is not, Miss Fay.
But, Professor!
Search your memory and you will know the reason why. The crime Miss Cantabella is accused of is not just murder. The purpose of the Witches' Court is to sentence the witches for what they are. Isn't that right, Mr. Storyteller? A man found dead shows up to his own murder trial, so true. I fully intend to expose the true identity of Bezella. And this would not be possible without you, Mr. Storyteller, on the witness stand. I see. And so you assume the role of an Inquisitor, just to lure me here. Be that as it may, the Inquisition still maintains that Spella Cantabella is the Great Witch Bezella.
Dad.
It's been a long time, Spella. 4 years, in fact. must have experienced many hardships living among the townsfolk. This daughter of mine never fits in with the others, no matter how hard she tries.
No, it wasn't quite like that. There were other people who supported me. Aunt Patty was very kind, and the customers who came to our bakery were nice to me.
I'm happy to hear that. I wanted to watch over you ever since you left for the town. But in the end, I failed to do so. I had no idea of what was happening to you. I am very sorry, Espella.
Oh, Dad, you don't need to apologize to me for anything. It's me that owes you an apology. I was trying to hurt you.
It was all my fault, not yours. There's no reason for you to blame yourself.
Dad, I'm happy we got to talk.
Espella.
You were so busy writing everyone's stories that we stopped talking to each other. Before, it was different. You used to have time for me.
Please forgive me. Why did it have to come to this? Mr. Storyteller, it's time to put everything in order now. The townsfolk and your daughter deserve to know the truth. The truth about yourself and the story. Yes, I suppose it is time I told you the truth. Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Storyteller. Let us begin. In this trial, I shall be judged. Understood. Why did I choose this voice for a storyteller? Oh my god. The witness shall testify. People of Labyrinthia who have gathered in this court. I will now tell you the true story. Many of you will certainly find it hard to believe and difficult to accept. Nevertheless, I ask you to please lend me an ear and listen with open minds. Espella, my dear daughter, I ask you to do the same as well. Oi. Although you know me as the storyteller, I have one more identity. I'm the president of Labyrinth Incorporated. This whole town is one of Labyrinth's research facilities. It may be hard for you to comprehend. This land is rich in a very special substance which affects everyone who lives here. This substance enables the manipulation of people's minds, and that is what Labyrinth is researching. This experiment began 10 years ago. The townsfolk all became test subjects. I don't understand. What does it all mean? I don't quite understand what I've just heard. I do not blame you. I suppose all the townsfolk are just as confused. Labyrinthia is an artificial town, created entirely by me. Fuck the extra water, I should have gotten alcohol. But of course, as artificial as it may be, it is the reality for those that live here. For the past 10 years, I've been bringing the illusion to life by writing the story. I am lost for words. Feels as if the whole world has been turned on its head. Your Honor, it is certainly not an easy matter to grasp this new situation at once. It really does just feel like they hit you with a fucking freight train with that fucking testimony. Regardless, I suggest we hear more of what the witness has to say. Yes, I agree. Let's continue. The defense may begin the interrogation. Thank you, Your Honor. I did not remember this. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, that makes it better. This is too much! I don't even know where to start! Labyrinth Incorporated? That's a name I have not heard before. It is a global pharmaceutical company with headquarters in England. If my memory serves me right, it was founded by Arthur Cantabella. Oh, I meant to say he has heard it before then, I guess. Indeed, that is my true name. Were you familiar with that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, sure, yeah! I've, heard of Labyrinth Inc., of course! Labyrinth Inc. is known for developing a completely harmless anesthetic about 20 years ago. It's now widely used in hospitals all around the world. The company is also working on various other plant-derived sedatives, revolutionizing medicine. Who is it that said, please don't let it be hallucinogenic plants? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by your vast knowledge, Mr. Layton.
Objection!
That's irrelevant. The fact is just based on the real world we're from, not Labyrinthia. The real world, Mr. Wright? Then what would you call this world we are in now? You think this is a fantasy? No, that's not quite what I meant. Mr. Wright, I do not mean to be so rude as to presume I know what thoughts are running through your head. However, Labyrinthia is certainly not a place within a book or in the past. Did you really think we ukulele'd this shit? Labyrinthia is part of the world we know. Huh? What?
But... How could a town like this exist in the real world?
Do you think it's impossible? Why would that be? Are you saying that everyone would know about an unusual town like this if it existed?
It's something like that. Anyway, it would be on a map at least.
No, I'm afraid that cannot be so. Huh? This town is not marked on any map. It doesn't officially exist. Wait, what do you mean? The answer is quite simple. This whole town is one of Labyrinth's research facilities.
Hold it!
Yep, as somebody who played a lot of Layton before playing this for the first time, yeah. Most of this game has Shutakumi's writing style, but I think they let the Layton people take the helm here. This whole town is a research facility? Yes, this whole area is the private property of Labyrinth Incorporated. So, they all own this land then? That is why Labyrinthia is not marked on any map and people from the outside cannot enter. We've taken measures to ensure that this town is not noticed by local residents. What measures are you talking about? Consider the fact that magic is supposed to exist in this town. Have special mechanisms that were used to create magic also serve to conceal Labyrinthia. There are limits to what magic the Shades are capable of producing on their own, after all. That is the case indeed. The magic in this town has been made feasible, owing to the latest technology. Technology? Tricks? I'll believe this. However, there is one question. There is no industry in Labyrinthia. How do you obtain necessary commodities? Very observant, aren't you? All commodities are regularly shipped in by sea. A young man once made his way here on a freighter and took a spell out of the town. That was Carmine Accidenti, a friend of mine. I see. But is something on this scale really possible? As you might suspect, it would be beyond the power of Labyrinth Inc. to keep a facility this size a secret for so long. Labyrinthia is a project co-funded by the British government. What? It's a government project? What would be their stake in this? It's all because of my beliefs. His beliefs? By the way. Yes, Your Honor. What is a research facility?
I've never heard of anything like that before. Ah, yes, that was careless of me.
Naturally, you wouldn't know what it means. How should I explain? This whole town is my creation.
Ah, that's what it was about. In other words, it's all your story. That makes it all clear. Oh, so it's like that then. I understand everything now.
Swing and a miss, Your Honor. Getting back to the topic. There is an important reason why we have chosen to build such a facility here. It's a very special substance, affects everyone who lives here. A special substance? What does it actually do? This area has been isolated since ancient times, developing its own unique culture. There are underground ruins on the verge of the town. We found writings there, presumably left by the natives of this land. The bell that was supposed to be there was missing. So you have seen the ruins. I suspected that you would find them. And perhaps you have also noticed that everyone who lives here has a very peculiar condition.
A peculiar condition, you say? I can't just sit here quietly like a patient old man when you're saying such things. Just what kind of condition is it?
You have every right to know. This condition makes people fall unconscious upon the sound of a certain metal being struck. Metal? What kind of metal? Pure silver. And so there is not a single object made of silver in Labyrinthia. Now that I think of it, that's true. Just imagine what a disaster a fancy dinner would be if everyone fainted whenever they used silver cutlery. This condition is an integral part of magic. How so? All inhabitants of Eldritch Woods carry small silver bells. I see now. The shades ring the bells when they need to create the illusion of magic. Everyone present falls unconscious and the shades set to their work.
Oh, look at where that shade's hand was. But that's the secret of the time-stealing magic Darklaw told us about.
Now that they mention it. Hera had a small bell with her when we saw her back at the marketplace. We have been researching this condition at Labyrinth, and finally we discovered its cause. It was the groundwater.
Water causes it?
The groundwater contains a certain unique substance found in the soil in this area.
So if you drink that water, you get this silver allergy thing?
But of course we've been drinking it. It's impossible to live without water.
Of course. That's why everyone who lives here has that condition.
Oh dear.
You needn't worry. This condition is harmless, especially as silver is unknown to the townsfolk.
Something's still not quite right, though. If the sound of silver bells makes people pass out, why don't the shades pass out too?
Although the effect of the substances in the groundwater is powerful, it doesn't last long. The condition will vanish after a day or so without drinking that water. Except Boyles' Water Johnson, but we locked him up years ago. That's convenient. That substance's effects aren't limited to humans. It can also affect plants to a great extent. Plants are affected by it? Our research was focused on the plants rather than humans. Manipulation of people's minds, and that is what Labyrinth is researching.
Hold it!
Taking another drink of water. Give me a minute. That sounds really scary. Just what is this about? The substance enters the groundwater, affecting organisms that consume it. People who drink it daily acquire that odd condition. They fall unconscious upon hearing the sound of silver metal. Yes, although the substance in the groundwater also has a tremendous effect on plants. Wildflowers in the area contain a certain poison.
Upon my beard! Poison!
This poison doesn't harm the body, it has the effect of manipulating the mind. So it brainwashes people. I've been writing the story for 10 years. The title of the story is Historia Labyrinthia. The ink I used to write it was made from those plants.
Oh, Nick, do you remember how funny the ink smelled?
That was the gas released when the ink evaporates. And that's where the trick is.
What?
Those that inhale the gas become extremely susceptible to suggestion.
You mean brainwashing?
They will believe anything they are told, or anything they read, however strange or unrealistic. It will be imprinted into their minds as the truth. So that was the purpose of the parades. Yeah, this isn't really easier to swallow on the second run around. Pages of the story written in that special ink were regularly distributed among the townspeople. It was done so that everyone would be in a state of hypnosis. Indeed, the creation of a fully controlled town with the inhabitants subject to long-term hypnosis. That was one of the topics of our research. Then, the story that's written in the Historia Labyrinthia, you could call it a self-fulfilling prophecy, realized through the shade's work and the hypnotic effect of the ink vapors. Ink huffing, yep! Is that how it was all this time? Labyrinth used hypnosis to control all these people. Can't believe that the government was supporting that. This experiment began 10 years ago. The townspeople all became test subjects. All the people subjected to this experiment have been living here all this time? No, we started with just a few people, gradually getting more and more. I must say that I am afraid of what the answer to this question might be, but where did these people come from? You haven't resorted to abduction by any chance, have you? Of course not. Every test subject signed a contract with Labyrinth. A contract to have their memories erased and be used like pawns in a story? Or ever heard that one before? The current inhabitants of this town have one thing in common. They were all dissatisfied with their lives and wanted to start anew. Ever heard that before? Forgetting about their mistakes, forsaking unwanted identities. The world's first real-life isekai? There are more people like that out there than you might think. They have all agreed to participate in our research.
I'd be a great fit for Labyrinthia. I don't have any faith in humanity.
If you know, you know.
But that's insane.
It's not as unreasonable as you suggest. We give them a new identity, a chance to start their life again. In return, they subject themselves to hypnosis and live in this town as our test subjects. In order for this project to be possible, we suppress their memories of the past, including the memory of signing the contract. So ultimately, they are not aware of what is going on. I couldn't agree more. I've got no idea what's going on. Well, you never do, Judge. Let me make this clear, Mr. Wright. We do not erase their memories, we suppress them. They will regain their memories of life before Labyrinthia, once their contract is over. Wrong. Ghastly. No, okay, consuming ink. Okay, that makes sense too.
So, this place was uninhabited before you started this research 10 years ago?
And you've managed to keep everyone in a state of hypnosis for 10 years straight.
Can you really hypnotize someone for that long? I mean, 10 years is one heck of a long time. That's like what? If it runs out in a day, that's like 3,000 like ink cuffings? Well, I mean, also the water, I guess. Wouldn't it like?
Wouldn't? I'm trying to think now, cause like, isn't there? No, I don't want to sound stupid. I'll keep my mouth shut. It was achieved through the distribution of the story during parades. The ink vapors have a powerful effect, but it wouldn't last 10 years, of course. With each parade, the effect was renewed. That's why the parades took place at regular intervals. That was the true purpose of that event. Okay. I have been born and raised here. It was a poor small town with no industry to speak of. I had fallen behind the times. Ever since I was a child, I had one friend that was especially close to me. He was a bright boy, curious about the world. His name was Newton Belduke. Sir Newton Belduke? The alchemist!
So, they were childhood friends. The plot thickens.
He'd always been interested in the unique natural features of this land. There was really nothing here, but to us this area was an exciting place worth exploring. And one day, we made an astonishing discovery on the outskirts of the town. We stumbled upon the entrance to the underground caverns leading to the colossal ruins. Whoa, look at that, Newton. This is amazing. And this strange writing. I'd never seen anything like it before. We found ancient writings in the ruins. Newton managed to decode some of them. According to our findings, a highly advanced culture had existed on the land where our little town was built. Some great calamity had befallen the natives, and they migrated elsewhere. They believed that plants and water in that area were cursed by an entity they called the Great Witch Bezella. The natives sealed the curse within the ruins and left in search of a new home. This is all that we managed to decipher. Bezella's curse. It was sealed in the ruins, you say? Would that be the Bell of Ruin? The Bell of Ruin.
Oh, that's the bell from the bell tower. I wonder why it's got an ominous name like that.
Regrettably, we couldn't get any further information from the writings at the time. Needless to say, Newton and I were very excited by the discovery. I knew it! This place is special. It has some kind of mysterious power. If we could find out what that is, a humble town would become famous. You know what? I'm going to do that. I'll unravel the mystery of this place. And so, Newton began studying the indigenous plants and substances dissolved into the groundwater. On the other hand, I studied economics and management at a university in London. I dreamed of bringing prosperity to this poor, forgotten land, town. I wanted to change it for the better with my own hands. Meanwhile, Newton had succeeded at extracting a new anesthetic from the local plants. Was that the anesthetic which led to the foundation of Labradum? Yes, it was a huge success for Labradum Inc. Before we knew it, we were making a fortune. We wanted the whole world to hear about our hometown. Alas, fate was not kind to us, as we never realized that dream. Everyone in our town had died. All the townspeople had perished. Huh? Just what on earth happened to them? That does not matter anymore. We purchased the environs of our town, the mountains, the lake, the plants, everything. Then 10 years ago, having received financial support from the project, and from the government, we started Project Labyrinthia. It was much smaller in the beginning. It started no more than a village. Over the course of 10 years, it slowly grew into a town. The population increased as well. More people were signing the contract with Labradum, slowly increasing the number of inhabitants, correct? Yes. They would sign the contract, be hypnotized, and assign a role. And be introduced to the world of the story. Yep. Oh, I need a new voice for this man ASAP. Oh my god. I have spoken at length. Thank you for patiently listening to my tale. Zella is the name of a witch from an ancient legend that we read about in the ruins. It is a fictional character. She does not exist. I mean, yeah, I can get the same effect without applying the without gargling gravel. Oh, that was just extra for me. Oh god, I cannot keep this up. I could not keep that up if we're gonna finish this tonight. But then magic and witches. Magic is just an illusion, and there are no witches.
Alright, so it was all fake. That doesn't make it much better. Why'd you write a story where people get killed with magic and witches are thrown into the fire? Get me the peaceful, pleasant world where everyone would be happy.
No, that was not possible. No, Bezella. Replace it with a SpongeBob voice. I can't do SpongeBob. It's a very particular, like, a very particular tone to hit.
But why?
This is a research facility, after all. We're researching ways to completely control human beings. Test subjects need to be exposed to extreme situations, so we decided on a fantasy setting. We wouldn't have gotten funding from the government otherwise. In other words, we're running a business. But just what instructions do you give to the people you hypnotize? You don't just give them, you don't give each of them a full set of memories with their whole fictional life, do you? You know, Nuz, I was alluding to it before, but yeah, there's no avoiding it now. This is more or less the ending of V3, isn't it? No, it's much more simple than V3. We only give them 2 pieces of information. The first one, that they were born in this town, and the second was their new occupation. And they fill in the gaps themselves without being aware of it. The human mind requires a consistent story of one's life. Which means, of course, that no Labyrinthian has memories from earlier than 10 years ago. No one has any memories from before they came to Labyrinthia. What are you saying? That's all one big lie. I am who I am.
Can you remember your childhood? I can't. That's true. I can't remember. Even my parents.
No way. I can't recall my own mother's face. As you can hear, no one can remember their real past. There are no exceptions. Huh? Wait a second. No exceptions? I smell a contradiction here. Ah, it seems Mr. Wright too has noticed it now. What are you talking about, Layton? Mr. Cantabella, you have just testified that not a single citizen of this town remembers anything from more than 10 years ago. Yes, as that is the truth. Now, that's a strange assertion, especially coming from you. What do you mean? There is one person in this town who remembers what happened more than 10 years ago. That cannot be. It is impossible. They must be merely imagining things now. Mr. Wright, please enlighten us all. Who is the person that remembers their past? It's the cat!
Take that!
Precisely, Mr. Wright. That person is none other than Spella Cantabella. What? That's impossible!
It's true, Dad. I remember it clearly, as if it happened yesterday. Legendary fire.
No, that's impossible. That's just your imagination, Espella.
No, it's not! I couldn't remember it before, but it all came back to me. Because I'm Bezella.
No. Espella, there are no witches. That fire, it was just a bad dream. The Inquisition would like to call Espella Cantabella to testify. What? Regardless of whether Miss Cantabella is Bezella or not. Her memories may contain valuable clues. Yes, that may be so. No! Wait! I don't agree to this! This trial is over, Your Honor!
Objection.
You seem to be forgetting something, Mr. Cantabella. Your story has ended. You are no longer in control. You are merely one of the characters. And this is also why we will not cease seeking the truth until we find it.
Defense, what is your opinion on this?
Bella keeps insisting that she's the witch Bezella. As her attorney, I should refuse to let her speak to the court, but what's really important now is finding the truth, just as Layton said. There's one way to proceed with this trial, and that's by questioning Miss Cantabella about her memories.
In that case, the court summons Espella Cantabella as a witness. Attendants, bring the accused to the stand. Now, witness, testify about your memories of the legendary fire.
Yes, my lord. Oh, right to it. Nice. I was just a little girl then. It happened during the annual fire festival. Everyone was gathered in the town square for the fire festival, and I was watching them from the bell tower. The great witch Bezella awoke within me and brought calamity upon the town. An enormous fire dragon appeared. I was trembling with fear, terrified by what I had summoned.
Witness, what you have told us wasn't a bad dream or a fairy tale, but what you actually experienced.
Yes, it was. Like I've already said. I remember it very clearly. Heat from the fire, the smell of smoke.
Espella, what are you talking about? Defense may cross-examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was there really a huge fire that destroyed the town? And what about Bezella? Is she even real?
The answers are in Espella's testimony. Friendly reminder that we are in what the game considers the epilogue, and yet we are still fucking knee-deep in this.
Hold it!
Can you tell me more about that fire dragon?
That monstrous image is still so vivid. It looked just like the one that attacked Dad this evening. I've done something terrible again.
Then you are sure that the fire dragon you saw more than 10 years ago and the one you summoned this evening were exactly the same?
Yes, they were definitely the same.
Hang on!
Is something wrong, Mr. Cantabella? It's impossible. There's no such thing as magic.
You never believed me, Dad. I don't know why you have to be like this. There was a time when things were different.
Espella, what are you saying?
Look at them. It's like a common argument between a teenager and a parent.
Mr. Cantabella created this town. He knows better than anyone that there's no magic here. Miss Cantabella,
Yes?
would you mind giving us more details of what you saw?
Could I borrow a sheet of parchment and a pencil? I think it'll be better if I draw it.
Your request shall be granted. Bring parchment and a pencil immediately.
Damn, that shit looked like a Monster Hunter Rise sketch.
This is it. This is the fire dragon I saw that night. I only caught a glimpse of it, but it was real.
I must say, it does closely resemble the supposedly magical creature we witnessed this evening.
It does indeed. The drawing shall be added to evidence.
This is a farce. What happened over a decade ago? Was the town really destroyed by a fire dragon? Discovering the truth about the dragon shall be our next objective.
Witness, continue the testimony.
Yes, my lord.
I was just a little girl, yada yada. The Great Witch Bezella awoke within me and brought calamity upon the town.
Hold it!
Do you remember casting a spell?
I cannot remember.
Hang on!
My brother in Christ. You can stop making noises anytime. You look upset, Mr. Cantabella. Ah, pardon me. Did you want something? I'd like to know what you think about Espella's last statement. My opinion about all this has not changed since last time. It's all just a dream. Listen to me, Espella. You are not Bezella. There was no legendary fire.
Dad, you have no idea how much I want to believe you, but I just can't. I remember what I saw and how it felt. The heat, the smoke.
Magic doesn't exist. It belongs in fairy tales. There are no fire dragons either. Bitches be like it was just a dream. My brother in Christ, you made the system. However, as long as we do not have any evidence to support or disprove this claim, we cannot make any progress. Do I have any relevant evidence? Anything that can demonstrate that the fire dragon Espella saw as a child was real? Wait and see.
Your Honor, what is it, Defender?
The defense will present evidence. Evidence? I suppose you mean evidence that will prove that my daughter's memories of the dragon amount to nothing more than wild imagination. On the contrary, I'm pretty positive Espella did see the dragon. What? I thought you had more sense than you.
Well, aren't we all curious about what the defense has got to show us? Was it evidence that proves that the dragon...
Take that!
It is, of course, Espella's drawing of the dragon. It is impossible to draw a dragon with so much detail unless you've actually seen it.
Indeed. Unless she was, like, really into dragons. It looks very much like the fire dragon we saw this evening. It cannot be a mere coincidence. You can't possibly use that drawing as evidence. And why not?
Because she could have just drawn the dragon from this evening.
Dad, why don't you believe me? I saw that dragon when I was little.
This town is my creation. I know everything about it. And I assure you there's no magic. If there's anyone who can tell you what's possible and what is not, it is me, the creator of Labyrinthia. Your overconfidence has clouded your judgment and is preventing you from seeing the truth. What do you mean? In order to see what is really there, you need to reject biased assumptions and keep an open mind. You are overlooking certain facts precisely because you are the creator of this town. It's nothing short of insanity. Magic doesn't exist, and yet Espella says she saw a fire dragon. Which is it, bitch? It seems like a contradiction, but perhaps it is not. Mr. Wright? Yes? The solution to this mystery is out there. We just need to find it. You suppose you know where it is? Magic doesn't exist. Espella saw a fire dragon. Where's the evidence that bridges the gap between the two? Espella was watching the town burn at the time. She said she saw an enormous fire dragon. Now, if you put the two together, I think our best guess is that the dragon she saw was the town itself. This town? In other words, Espella saw a dragon's shape looming over the burning town. How absurd. It's mere speculation. I will not dispute that. However, it is entirely possible to test our theory. And how would you go about doing that? It is all quite simple, Mr. Storyteller. We will now go to the belfry. Maybe we'll find that fire dragon there. Over 10 years ago, the witness was standing somewhere around here when she saw a fire dragon. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Layton.
However, what was it that you actually saw then? Let us see if we can find the answer to that question. Why not? Go ahead and try. But I have warned you that it's futile. You will find nothing here.
Well, it happened a long time ago. Whatever she saw might not be there anymore. And if we want to see exactly what she saw at the time, we'll need to set the whole town on fire. Want to go get matches?
I may be an attorney, but even I couldn't clear you of the charges if you actually committed such a crime, Maya. I will pretend I did not hear that. Shall we begin? Let us look for the fire dragon. We can see the whole town from here. Look in every direction for something that would resemble Miss Cantabella's drawing. Maya's down for arson on a grand scale. Let's fucking go. Oh, hey!
Take that!
Espella, can you have a look at this? Looks like a dragon was hiding in here. It looks like a dragon was hiding in here after all.
Oh, this is... Hey! That's identical to the one Espella drew! But, it's not the fire dragon. The fire dragon was a creature made of flames. It was so big it could swallow this whole tower. This is just some tiny fretwork.
I think we could consider this mystery solved. I suggest we all head back to the court. I will explain everything there. Is that all right with you, Mr. Cantabella?
What's gotten into Mr. Cantabella? He looks paler than you do with a cold.
I have no idea. Let's follow the others back to the courtroom. The Inquisition's investigation seems to have yielded some unexpected results. But can someone explain them to me? Your Honor, the Inquisition will interpret the results of its investigation. Witness, you said you were about 6 years old at the time of that incident.
Yes, that's right.
Did you see the moment the dragon appeared above the town?
Huh? No, I don't remember. I remember seeing it at some point. It was like a flash. The town was ablaze and this fiery beast was hovering above it.
Then, when you noticed the dragon, the town was already engulfed by flames?
Yes.
That information completes the picture. Miss Cantabella's statement has offered me an insight into the true story of the fire dragon. Over 10 years ago, Miss Cantabella was in the belfry unconscious. What events led to this? Perhaps we will discover that in due course. When she awoke, the whole town was on fire. Having inhaled much smoke, she was still dazed. She was only vaguely aware of her surroundings when she looked up, alarmed by the scorching heat. Unable to stand, she was on her knees. And then she saw something she would remember her whole life. She saw a terrifying fire dragon attacking the town. She saw it through the
fretwork in the balustrade.
The shape of a dragon against the backdrop of the town being swallowed up by flames became imprinted in her memory. That is the truth about the fire dragon. This is what I have deduced.
Shit damn, boys!
It wasn't a monster.
Miss Cantabella, the illustration you have drawn for us bears an uncanny resemblance to the fretwork in the belfry. You saw the dragon when you were confused, possibly mildly asphyxiated from the smoke. There was no magic, no magical beast. Believe a stranger, but not your father. That's so typical of teenagers. You should have listened to me! And now that all the mysteries have been unraveled, we're not in this trial and go home?
Objection.
As much as we'd all like to, I'm afraid it is still a bit too early for that. What else do you want from us? There is just one more problem I'd like to solve tonight.
One more? What on earth could it be?
Miss Cantabella, we've ascertained that you were in the belfry when you saw the dragon. However, that creates a new question. How did you get there? I'm a writer, I could tell his epilogue has gone far too long, so true.
Oh, I haven't thought of that.
Yeah, neither have I. Oh! As expected of an ace attorney, Mr. Wright seems to have noticed the problem too. At last. I heard that in order to access the belfry, you need to use the bell tower mechanism. The mechanism can only be set in motion with the pendants. Indeed. Miss Cantabella, did you have your pendant with you at the time?
Yes, I think I did. I always had it with me. But why did I have that pendant? I can't remember it at all.
This pendant is not just for show. It's the key to the belfry. Why was she carrying it around? We must also not forget that one pendant does not suffice to operate the contraption. 2 of them are required. 2 of them. Fuck! Wrong button.
2 pendants?
Miss Cantabella, are you certain you were alone in the belfry?
No, I wasn't alone. I was there with a friend.
What friend?
The cat! Eve, where'd you go off to?
The friend you mentioned. Was it this cat?
Yes, she's my best friend. We've always been together. Without Eve, I would have been so lonely. That kitty's always appearing out of nowhere to keep a spell of company. Of course she does. After all, Bezella is always accompanied by a black cat.
What you saw from the bell tower when you were little was so terrifying that even an adult would have been scarred for life. The town burned in front of your eyes. You thought you saw a fire dragon. You see, your memories have been twisted by the horrors you saw.
What do you mean?
The dragon you saw wasn't real, and I suspect that the friend who was with you in the bell tower might not have been that cat.
No, it was her! It was Eve, my only friend.
Miss Cantabella, the pendant needed to access the belfry is too large for a cat. Are you following? If Eve was with you, it would have been impossible for you to enter the belfry.
Ah!
Wait! Inquisitor, where is all this going? You have no right to tamper with my daughter's memories! You are right, of course. However, neither do you. Nor should you attempt to cover up the truth. Ugh.
No, you're wrong. Eve was my only friend.
Think about that day again, Miss Cantabella. You went to the top of that bell tower with a friend who also had a pendant.
Well then, why don't we have the defense present some evidence? Who was with it? I'd like to see the evidence! This is taking a while.
I have nothing on the legendary fire. Why ask me for proof?
Right, I suppose you wouldn't have any proof. Not one of us remembers that incident.
I've had enough of this, Your Honor. You have no grounds to continue this trial.
Well, we appear to have reached a dead end. There's nothing else for us to do.
Objection.
Please hold on, Your Honor. Oh, what is this all of a sudden? Inquisitor Layton?
Defense does not have the necessary evidence, but someone else does. What do you mean? This time the Inquisition will present its evidence. The Inquisition will present evidence? You son of a witch! This is what you wanted from the very start, isn't it? I have been waiting for that line all night.
Well, in that case, the Inquisition shall present evidence that somebody was with Miss Cantabella in the bell tower when she saw the fire dragon.
Have a look.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's so fucking cute. The fact that he doesn't say take that because it's not gentlemanly, so he just says have a look. Oh my fucking god. This is the proof. This photograph shows Miss Cantabella with a friend.
Golly, this is the finest illustration I've ever seen.
It's a photograph.
It looks as if it were a reflection of the real world on paper. Tell me, who created this exquisite work of art?
Well, Your Honor, I understand you are fascinated, but let us focus on what the picture shows. This picture was found in the Storyteller's Tower. Mr. Cantabella, we have taken the liberty of borrowing it for this trial. It's enough to look away for a second and you already caused trouble.
Professor, aren't photographs against the rules? I mean, this is supposed to be a medieval setting.
Yeah, who cares? What's important now is helping Miss Cantabella to grasp the truth. And in this case, the end justifies the means. Please take a close look at the two girls in this picture. Each of them is wearing a pendant.
Why, that's so! These are the Belfry contraption pendants!
We know that one of these girls is Miss Cantabella. But then, who is the other girl?
Accused, do you have any idea?
Spella? Are you okay?
It doesn't look like she is. It's me. And the other girl I don't know.
Ah! Spella! Your Honor! Stop this trial! Stop it right now! Can't you see you're driving Spella into insanity?
Objection.
It's just the opposite, Mr. Cantabella. If we turn away from the truth now, Spella will close herself to the world forever. Mr. Wright. Yes? You know who it is, don't you? You know the identity of the other girl in this picture.
Is that so? Tell us!
Take that!
I'm thinking it's High Inquisitor Darklaw.
High Inquisitor Darklaw? I cannot say I didn't have slight suspicions about her, but oh my.
Miss Cantabella, what do you say?
The confusion would be a lot more reasonable if her hair wasn't done up in the exact same way. God, imagine keeping the same fucking hairstyle from like childhood to adulthood. God, could not be me.
You remember now the girl next to you in this picture?
I was with Lady Darklaw.
This is crazy. What are you basing this preposterous claim on? But, Mr. Cantabella? This girl closely resembles the High Inquisitor. Resembles? Based on what? That's just your personal opinion. It's meaningless in a court of law.
Objection!
If you want evidence, I've got it.
What?
Definitive proof that the girl in the picture is High Inquisitor Darklaw is.
Take that!
This is the proof it was the High Inquisitor. The pendant needed for that contraption at the bell tower.
I have Miss Darklaw's testimony here. She said the pendant was hers. And so, the other girl in the picture is definitely Miss Darklaw.
Is it really? Eve, where are you going?
Cat moment. I was expecting you, Miss Darklaw. I see that I was not mistaken about you. I trust in your ability to get this far.
High Inquisitor Darklaw, where did you just appear from?
Does your memory not serve you well, Your Honor? You know what I am. I can disappear at will anytime I wish to.
Why did she phrase it like that? Now I'm just imagining like the judge's face with like the caption, "I know what you are."
So, storyteller, everything has worked out just as you had written, O revered creator of Labyrinthia.
Darklaw.
Lady Darklaw.
Bit fruity. I'm sorry. The judge is just like constantly my vehicle to say the stupidest shit. Miss Darklaw, did you enter the belfry with Miss Cantabella when you were little?
Yes, I did.
Then you have memories of events from before 10 years ago.
I certainly do. Unlike everybody else in this courtroom, I know the values of social distancing. 6 feet apart, fuckers.
Order in the court! What the fuck is a social distancing?
Lady Darklaw, you with me? Your memories have been suppressed by that man. But I was with Eve. Eve, Eve the black cat? Yes, she has always been my dearest friend. She was by my side on that day too. What a bizarre coincidence. Darklaw isn't my real name.
What? Then what is your real name?
It's Eve.
What?
You are Eve? Ah! Eve. Espella. My dear friend. Eve. It can't be. That flashback, was it real?
Darklaw, why are you doing this? Are you trying to undo everything I have accomplished these past 10 years?
No, you've already ruined everything yourself.
What is it that you want?
What I want? My aim is to make the truth known, so that everything returns to how it should be.
Miss Darklaw, will you tell us what you remember about what happened back then, more than 10 years ago?
It would be my pleasure. It was on the day of the fire festival. Espella and I went up to the bell tower. The wind was strong that day. When the sun had set, the festival began. It's true that the whole town burned down that day. The fire consumed buildings and people, turning them into ashes.
Sheesh.
We were the only survivors. We stayed in the belfry while the world below us was being eaten up by hungry flames.
Hate that.
Legendary fire is no fable. It happened here more than 10 years ago.
Objection!
There are no such things as magic and fire dragons, so how could a whole town be destroyed in just one night? Yes, that's something I'd like to know as well. Even if we assume the celebrity fires, I mean, I've heard of gender reveal parties, but even if we assume the celebratory fires got out of control, surely the whole town wouldn't have perished like that.
Now it all makes sense.
That was the missing piece of this puzzle. What do you mean, Professor? I can imagine now what transpired that night. What happened in the belfry? What caused the legendary fire? We have all the clues we need. If the Inquisition has evidence to show us, I'd very much like to see it. What caused the legendary fire?
Have a look.
The cause of the fire is in the belfry. It was the bell?
That bell had been made by the natives and been sealed underground. It was called the
Bell of Ruin.
Bell of Ruin?
By the way,
Wait, why is this bell have such an ominous name?
could it be because it's made of pure silver? Pure silver? Exactly. Mr. Cantabella has told us earlier. And everyone who lives here has a very peculiar condition. This condition makes people fall unconscious upon the sound of a certain metal being struck. And that metal is pure silver. Yes, and we've been told the condition is brought about by drinking the groundwater. They slurping that shit up. Indeed. That bell was also the reason why the original inhabitants of this area decided to forsake it. It seems that the Bell of Ruin caused a devastating disaster. To those who have gained entry into this sanctum, heed our words. You must not ring the Bell of Ruin. I can't help but wonder what disaster this bell had caused.
enormous bell made of pure silver, and the locals with their peculiar condition, it's not too hard to imagine what happened. It was probably the same calamity as the one that happened over 10 years ago. And that is? Well, what disaster happened to this town before Labyrinthia was built? No! The legendary fire. Now let us contemplate the following scenario. What would happen if the Bell of Ruin was sounded during the Fire Festival?
Oh.
Everyone who heard it would fall unconscious. And it was an annual festival. All the townspeople were assembled in the town square. Oh dear! Therefore, on the night of the Fire Festival, all the residents instantly lost consciousness when the bell was struck. Had it been even slightly windy that day, the fires lit for the Great Witch would have gone out of control, and they would spread throughout the town with no one left to stop them. Because everyone was unconscious. Exactly. It also includes the two girls who were in the belfry.
Espella and I.
You were the closest to the source of the sound, so it was inevitable. When you recovered consciousness, it was already too late. The town had been swallowed by flames, as if a fire dragon had come to burn it. That was a calamity caused by the bell. Calamity. You say here that the cause of the calamity is the Great Witch Bezella. That night in this very room, Bezella was more than a mythical persona.
Bezella. She's losing it again.
The Bell of Ruin. Bezella!
Oh! On one hand, you're fucking kidding me. On the other hand, I need to get more water. So, BRB for hopefully the last time.
Oh, there had to be a way to condense this. There had to be. Fucking come on. Mr. Cantabella, I would like to apologize for putting too much pressure on your daughter. Only your words can bring her back from the brink of madness. Let her hear the truth from her own father. All according to your plan, Layton. You've driven Espella into a corner in order to push me to the wall. I had no other choice. Espella, please listen to me. You haven't done anything wrong. You didn't cause that accident. You have suffered so much, thinking that you were Bezella. I must take the blame for that. You, Mr. Cantabella? I sacrificed everything to make up for what I've done. But all I managed to do was inflict more pain upon others. Is that not so, Darklaw? Now that you are willing to talk, Mr. Cantabella, would you mind telling us your story? Yours as well as Espella's and Miss Darklaw's? Very well. This story, too, began when I was a young lad. When Newton and I were still youths full of dreams and hope. As you already know, we discovered the ruins, and deep within them lay that accursed bell. Bell of Ruin. At the time, we lacked an altar to decipher any of the writings we found there. This bell is magnificent. It's bound to make the most beautiful sound. I have an idea. I will make this bell the symbol of our town. How do you propose to do that? Let's build a bell tower for it. Then we can ring it on special occasions. That's not a bad idea. Then it's settled. When we grow up, let's do it. Okay, just don't forget about it. The two of us chose different paths in life. I studied management in London while Newton devoted himself to the study of the natural sciences. And then you made a fortune following the invention of a new anesthetic. We both got married around that time, and each of us had a daughter. You mean Espella was born shortly after your company gained funding? That's right. We eventually returned to our hometown and set about realizing our childhood dream. Having built the bell tower in the middle of the town square, we retrieved the bell itself from the underground ruins. We aspired to make it a symbol of prosperity for this unindustrialized town. The bell was to be officially displayed during the annual fire festival. It would be rung in the morning following the night of celebration. Pardon the interruption, but at the time, were you aware of the meaning behind the bell's name? Obviously, we were not. Really thought for a second we both got married meant to each other. Man, we wish. Thinking back to my ignorance at the time, a chill now runs down my spine. Honestly, Azran Legacy has nothing on this. Azran Legacy's twist literally is not as bad as people say it is. Newton and I went to the bell tower the day before the festival. Only one more day to go. We've waited a long time for this. That we have. This town will no longer be the same after tomorrow. The bell weighed so much that ringing it was not easy. We tackled that problem by constructing a special mechanism which we installed in the belfry.
Daddy, I want to hear the bell. Can I make it ring? Daddy, please, let me ring it.
Espella, who was there with us, was utterly enchanted by the bell. She wasn't a bad child, but she was very stubborn and would rarely listen to me when she wanted something. I told her a story to try and convince her to leave the bell alone.
Espella, listen carefully. You mustn't ring this bell.
But why? Why can't I, Daddy?
You know about Bezella the witch.
Uh-huh. She's an evil fire witch who uses magic to hurt people.
If you ring this bell, Bezella will come out and possess you.
Literally, why would you tell your child this? There are better ways to prevent her from ringing the bell.
Possess me? You mean I'll turn into Bezella?
That's right, Espella. When Bezella possesses someone, she uses them to do terrible things. That's why you must never ring this bell, sweetheart.
I understand, Daddy.
There's a good girl.
The legend of the Bezella has been passed around these parts for centuries. It probably originated from the beliefs of the tribes that populated this area in the past. What I told Espella was just a silly story that I invented for the occasion. It was only meant to stop her from ringing the bell. I could not have imagined it would have such far-reaching consequences.
It's all coming back to me now. I remember that day. On the day of the festival, around the time preparations ended, I sneaked out of our house.
You took your mother's pendant? Do you mean this one?
Yes, it belonged to me, Mum.
We needed to limit access to the bell, so we made the two keys. We decided to make them independent, and we each gave one to our respective wives. Both are needed in order to access the belfry.
I saw you and Mr. Belduke use them, so I told Eve to meet me at the bell tower.
Daddy says Bezella will come out if I ring the bell, but if I do it just a little... I want to try it while the festival is going on. I hope Eve doesn't forget her mum's pendant.
You know, the rest of this game is actually better than I remember. I think the twist is kind of worse. So really, I just sort of think the same of it as I did before. So it is just as I thought, Miss Darklaw. You are Mr. Belduke's daughter.
Well done, Inquisitor. I was almost afraid you would fail to make that connection.
What in the... This is too much for one day! Order! Order in the court! Lady Darklaw, you mean to say it's you were Sir Belduke's daughter? Like, I think the rest of this game, before this final case, it's pretty decent. It makes really good use of both its world and making, like, the most of, like, Layton and Phoenix's, like, character dynamics bouncing off each other alongside their gameplay dynamics. There are some fucking fantastic character moments for both main characters and their respective assistants in this game. But also, I don't think a game has ever had an ending that has made me feel, like, so conflicted with myself over all of that. because it has the opposite of that. This has nothing for Layton and Wright. They are here to just exposit a bunch of, like, story stuff that the writers sort of wrote themselves into a hole to explain. It literally would have made more sense to make magic real. Yeah, it's also that it's really padded out. Like, they spend time explaining every little fucking thing as if I give a shit. Okay, I said that a bit rudely, but you know...
My real name is Eve Beldu. I'm the alchemist's daughter.
This is unbelievable.
I also sneaked out of my house that evening, clutching my mother's pendant in my hand.
You don't have to explain everything in your stories. My story I'm writing, all bets are off. There are some things I am going to leave vague. Not even every Layton story goes this deep into, like, explaining their twists.
I did that just as you asked me to. Did I not, Espella?
Espella, my mum's going to be so angry if she notices I took the pendant. Don't worry so much.
I used to say, the storyteller is a really cool character, until he kind of isn't. I think that kind of applies for the whole game, and I'm not trying to be, like, overly rude towards it. Like I said, I like it. I still think I still think I like it better than Spirit of Justice. But oh!
I want to hear it.
I rang the bell against my father's warning, and so Bozella possessed me.
There's an epilogue to this epilogue.
Because of me, the town, and everyone in it. They're all gone.
No, it's not your fault. Stop blaming yourself. The storyteller told his daughter some bullshit. Yeah. I can't believe a fucking Kirby game has a better use of there was a secret lab responsible for everything as a twist than the fucking visual novel. Supposedly, the former inhabitants of this area also used to fall unconscious upon the sound of that bell. Perhaps they experienced a similar nightmare. Okay, I'm gonna try to, like, power through it from here on out. I'm gonna try to stop, like, derailing things, because this is already dragging on along as enough already. But, like, other Layton games have confidence in their bullshit, and I don't think this game did. That is my basically final statement on the matter. It was I who brought the Bell of Ruin into this town. The one to blame for this calamity is not some witch. It's me.
I brought destruction upon this town. I am Bozella.
Espella! I'm going to drive you down crazy if you keep repeating that!
Seeing you like this is giving me a strong feeling of deja vu.
Eve, how can you be so evil? Are you happy now? I'm afraid we're in the dark as regards... I'm afraid we're in the dark as regards Miss Darklaw's sense of deja vu. I don't think that's a sentence, but Only 4 people survived the fire.
Only 4?
Spella and Eve were in the belfry, and the only 2 residents who did not participate in the festival, Newton and I. And where were you at the time, if you'll permit my asking? I've never played Metal Gear, but, At the very least, Metal Gear Rising doesn't do this bullshit, and I respect it for that. They literally just go, nanomachine, son, and it's like, yeah, okay. I love Metal Gear Rising. I gotta do my annual replay at some point. We were investigating those fateful ruins. That's why we didn't notice anything until it was too late. It was getting near the time at which we planned to ring the bell, so we headed towards the town. Then we saw it. The town had been burnt to ashes, the air shimmering from the heat.
That's too awful for words.
We searched for survivors sick with anxiety. Eventually, we found our daughters in the bell tower. Baby. I could be playing Fuga Melodies of Steel right now. Layton versus Wright would be dramatically improved with the use of nanomachines. Our relief at having found them vied with terror caused by the disaster. Oh, I so want to say another thing about All Bets Are Off, but I really fucking shouldn't. The worst night of my life ended, pierced with the first rays of sunshine. But then, it seemed Spella was already lost to us. We had lost her to Bezella. She wouldn't speak, eat, or even leave her room. Speaking of which, her entire room lost all sense of decoration. It's just yellow now. She thought she was Bezella and that she had destroyed the town. Couldn't get that out of her head. Magic isn't real. Storytelling, nanomachine, son. Layton, well, shit. What she saw from the bell tower must have been so terrifying. But it wasn't shock from what she had seen. Her own words had put her in that state. My own words. I only not told her that stupid story. Yeah, cope. We've been grasping at straws, trying to find a way to save Espella's mind. Whatever we did, her eyes would remain impassive and empty. In the end, I came up upon a certain idea that offered us a glimpse of hope. What was it? The suspense is too much for my aging heart. I believe I made know what it was. It was the only way to get through to little Espella. Inquisition! What are you talking about? Not that I really care, but what was Mr. Count Bella's idea for saving his daughter from insanity?
Have a look.
No, like, okay. I think the execution of just having the storyteller walk up to the podium and say, I am the CEO of a research facility in the middle of a fucking medieval witch trial is the funniest fucking shit. That is so good. But then they elaborated on it. We discovered this in Espella's room. His own murder trial. True, true. That just adds to it. God. But that is... It's a handmade picture book. The illustrations and handwriting are truly exquisite. That's the first story I wrote. I'm here for Espella after that dreadful fire. Oh, the storyteller's first story. It was a simple children's story. The plot was very straightforward. The townsfolk joined forces to banish evil witches who served Bezella.
Espella, do you understand now? You aren't Bezella.
Yeah, the fire stuff needed to be cut down.
Bezella is somewhere out there, sending out other witches to do bad things to the people of our town.
Witches, magic, the town perishing in flames. Espella was mentally broken. I couldn't get through to her any other way. I talked to her as if magic and witches were real, avoiding any mention of that fire.
Daddy.
Spella spoke to me for the first time in so many days. I was beyond myself with joy and replied without thinking.
Oh, yes, they are. They're hiding in the town, among the people.
Among... Okay, but yeah, hear me out. Storyteller's still kind of... That is all I have to say.
But it's just a fairy tale.
He's a fucking horrible person, but also... I can fix him. I was desperate. Okay, he's not a horrible person. I misspoke. He did some fucked up shit. But also, you know, I feared she would close herself off to me again. He did some fucked up shit, not aware of the consequences. I don't think he's a bad person. I misspoke. But also, oof. I'm sorry, we've been going 4, bordering on 5 hours. My brain is mush. I see what an utter fool I was. I made an irreversible mistake yet again.
No, it's not. Everything your daddy writes comes true. The bad witches will get their comeuppance. I will write a story about it.
And so I wrote another story for my daughter. A story about mischievous witches getting caught. At time I had... Yeah, whatever. Yeah, the story acted out in front of her. You had it acted out? Back then, I wasn't the only one tormenting myself over the mental state of my daughter. Newton was going through hell too. His own daughter had been badly scarred by the event. Isn't that right, Eve? My father and I repaired a building that had survived the fire and continued to live in the town. Spella wasn't even able to leave her room. We couldn't leave her behind when she needed all the help she could get. Showed her the book, then he made an unusual request.
I'd like to make this story real. Would you be willing to help me do so?
To our surprise, he was entirely serious. Seeing that, we gladly offered our help. A story about evil witches getting caught and punished, and Bezella, the source of them all.
Were you paying attention, Spella? Witches got what they deserved, and peace has been restored to the town.
Spella smiled at the end, and she whispered to herself.
It wasn't me.
When I saw her smile, I felt as if something broke inside of me. Couldn't afford to let her be sad again. Maybe if Bezella were to exist in this town, Spella would stop thinking she herself harbored the Great Witch. Better use several $100 million of government funds, yep. I continued writing stories about witches. Even I would act them out for Spella. And gradually, the number of characters in my stories increased. The live-action roleplay got out of hand, and was of course largely due to the ongoing reconstruction of the town. How much reconstruction? It wasn't anything on a big scale. I simply paid people to move in and act out their roles. But I began to think that I would need more than that. The story had to be real. To make a lie seem true, you resorted to even more lies. This is literally the plot to the Truman Show. Wait! Oh my god, you're right. That's a banger film, though. Yes, I was certain that was the only way. How did I do so?
I remembered about Newton's research. He was working on a certain medicine. It was a kind of tranquilizer made from local plants that he was testing. But it was difficult to put into practical use. The substance had a danger of causing unconsciousness and hypnosis. I could see how that could be abused to cause much harm, supposing it fell into the wrong hands. At the same time, it was just what I needed for my ambitious project. I am so glad I dropped the rasp. Oh my god. I contacted the government, and that was the beginning of what came to be known as Project Labyrinthia. A town with human test subjects, all in a state of long-term hypnosis. So which, okay, so I know we've brought up a lot of, twists in, like, other media that does this sort of thing, but, I want to bring up two, and I want to sort of have a sort of small discussion. Do we think this game did it worse, or, V3 did it worse? I am not going to state my opinion on this matter. You devised that plan solely for the sake of your daughter. Yes. We acquired the land which had been laid to waste by the fire. The new town was slowly becoming populated. Honestly, I don't hate V3's ending much. Fair enough. Gradually, the rules of Labyrinthia were established. It was to be a town where magic and witches were a reality to the residents. All this was possible thanks to the drug. I was just trying to think of, like, a metatextual, like, twist in a game that people are very, like, split on as well. Test subjects were exposed to it through the ink used to pen the story, right? Honestly, okay, fine. You know what I will say? As drawn out as this is, you know, I feel like it has more respect towards its material than Danganronpa did, at the very least. That's a big thing for me, like when meta starts transforming into self-deprecation, that's another way you lose me. This is also losing me, but in a very different way. I don't know, I'm not making much sense. But, like, V3, the twist itself was never really the problem, it was how they approached it that kind of was like, well, if you don't really, like, care that much, then why should I? That's right. It was the dangerous drug developed by Newton. About 10 years have passed since then. Even now, the town continues to change. Project Labyrinthia. And all this was done for one girl. I mean, yeah, that's also true, like, there's sort of a back and forth, and it does sort of have, like, it does still sort of keep, like, the theming of, like, the game intact, I suppose. God, it's a very, oh my god. Oh, I think I may have underestimated the size of the can of worms I just opened. Oh. There's good points and bad points to both. Espella was only able to be herself when she lived within my story. Oh, the irony of it. Only within a world in which Bezella was real could Espella's tragic memories be sealed. All this while, Eve was assisting me. I was the first shade. That's why I leave all thoughts about it in the far end of my brain. True, fair. As soon as the story began, I disappeared from the scene.
If Espella wants to see some magic, then someone had to don this robe.
That's the robe of invisibility! I gave Espella new memories so that she could live in this town with everyone else. I also sealed the memory of a friend, Eve. What?
My existence was too strongly connected to her memory of the fire. Afterwards, I returned as Darklaw, a stranger to Espella.
Actually, you know what? No. V3's is better because I don't have to voice all of it and fucking exhaust myself. Anyway, yes, this does make Darklaw a Catgirl. But even if you were doing this for Espella's sake, that's just going too far.
I made that choice. I do not regret the past 10 years. Meanwhile, my father was supporting Labyrinthia from behind the scenes, in his own way.
You mean his contributions as an alchemist? Dooba-dooba.
My father's knowledge of medicine was indispensable for this town to function. The hallucinogenic ink was my father's work as well.
So it was. Newton and Eve sacrificed more than anyone else for the sake of Espella in this town. I like the voice is rapidly de-aging the longer we go.
I will be forever indebted to them. We wanted to save Espella, just like you.
His bollocks. Professor, why?
I don't know, I haven't spoken in a while.
But then, there's still something I don't understand. Why are you trying to... Why were you trying to destroy this fake world? In the end, you chose to betray Espella and Mr. Cantabella.
Oh, but I've told you already, have I not?
It was your revenge against Mr. Cantabella for choosing to end the story, correct?
I wonder whether that was the true reason.
Professor? Would Miss Belduke really betray them merely because she did not want the story to end? I dare say there was another, considerably more important reason.
She had another reason?
No need to frown in dismay, Mr. Wright. Please leave this to me. Well then, let's hear what the... Yeah, you know, what other reason?
Have a look.
Her father literally fucking killed himself. I think I've seen this before.
That's a letter written by Mr. Belduke for Mr. Cantabella. It's also Mr. Belduke's suicide note.
Oh, it's not voiced this time? Okay.
My dear friend, I hope you can forgive me for leaving this world of my own will. What I have done cannot be forgiven. I can never escape from it.
Something was tormenting Mr. Belduke. It became too much for him to bear and drove him to suicide.
These past 10 years, I thought Father was glad to be helping Cantabella. But little did I know, he was suffering terrible anguish all that time. Cantabella twisted the lives of so many people for the sake of his daughter. Was the story not but a glorified lie, stripping so many of what little happiness they had?
You know, I can't believe that I forgot for a while, and I was thinking, oh, you know, people are too hard on the twist, you know, at least they explain it, but now I realize, no, the problem is that they explain it.
All those years, Father was racked by a crushing sense of guilt.
His agony culminated in the incident of 3 months ago. Mr. Belduke's death. Before Labyrinthia was created, certain things had to be concealed in order to seal Ispella's memories. Had she seen them, she would have remembered. They were simply too dangerous to her. One of them was me. Ispella's friend Eve had to be reborn as a shade and disappear into the forest. The next thing was the bell tower. Oh my god. I see. Had she seen it, it would have been certain to stir up those traumatic memories. Memories of the legendary fire. The only way to prevent that was to erase the bell tower from Labyrinthia.
But how could you do that?
Using the same method as with this robe.
The robe of invisibility.
In short, we covered up the tower with a huge robe. Although it wasn't as easy as it sounds. In other words, the bell tower had been there all this time. Only the townspeople couldn't see it. Is that correct? Indeed.
I don't know what to say.
How did nobody run? I don't know. At any rate, the situation changed due to that lightning strike 3 months ago. Did it not? It was a most unfortunate event. The lightning set the bell tower's cover on fire. That cover was quickly consumed by flames, revealing that abominable bell tower. The beginning of all of this, the Bell of Ruin appeared before us. It was mockery of our efforts. A tower emerging from the flames must have seemed like a sign of divine anger to Mr. Belduke. A sign that no matter how you attempt to conceal your sins, the truth will eventually float up to the surface. Having realized this, Father chose death. He was such a kind-hearted man. I didn't have an inkling of what he'd been going through. I have to wonder... I'm sorry, I know I keep talking shit. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I have to wonder if they had beta readers. To him, the participation of Labyrinthia's people within this project was not voluntary. Even though they had themselves signed the contract, I believe he felt those people were being deceived. Father took his life because of you, Cantabella. Because, like, I know, of course, there was playtesting involved, it's a game. But, like, do games have, like, beta readers to make sure the script flows? Or is that just sort of down to the writers to make sure it works? The game part itself is solid. There's no doubt in my mind they had quality testers, of course, but just all this. Oh, the story too! The beta testers couldn't read. They were just mashing buttons. Now you know why I did what I did. The mind gas scroll! That's a funny thought too, though. I lost my father 3 months ago, and that day, my revenge began. I'm losing the voice. Your revenge? The first step of my plan was to rewrite the story. What did you say?
As president of Labyrinth Inc., you had to spend most of your time in London. Over the past few years, you were coming to Labyrinthia only for the parades. So naturally, I knew you would never notice if the story were slightly changed.
That explains it. I couldn't help thinking there was something strange going on. Mr. Cantabella's Ispella's father, after all. He wouldn't have made Ispella a witch in his story. Ispella was a witch? When did that happen? How could you have known, after all?
Let me fill you in on the details. Ispella has already been tried once within the Witch's Court.
Impossible! Why? How could you? You knew the risk that would carry.
Look at you. What a fine author of that grand story you are. You left all the work in Labyrinthia to me. You were making millions for yourself in London. What a pathetic excuse for a father. You didn't even notice that your precious little Ispella was in such danger.
Miss Belduke, why did you do that to Ispella?
You even need to ask? I did it to unlock her memories.
I hate rich people. I need to pull. I'm sorry, I'm pulling up a guide. I need to see how much longer there is.
You mean? When the legendary fire took place. Guys, we still have a whole ass testimony to go. Ispella was so traumatized that she closed herself off to the world. We were just little girls then. That tragic accident was too much for us to handle. This fictitious town was created as a facade to keep the truth away from Ispella.
It is just one testimony, though. Just the one. But my brother in Christ.
The weight of all these lies led my father to his suicide. Despite that, the person responsible for all this carried on as if nothing had happened. I couldn't forgive him, as Belduke's bereaved daughter. I had to have my revenge against both Cantabellas.
Why did they label it as an epilogue? Call it final chapter, God. I'm guessing it was a mistranslation. It has to be.
Judge, this is the whole testimony. Now you know the true identity of Bezella.
I am so sorry for ever saying that Miracle Mask beat you over the head with its twist.
Objection.
You say this is the whole truth, but is that really the case? Professor, what are you going on about now?
Miracle Mask. Okay, yes it did. Yes it did, but in comparison to this, it's subtle. We have been provided with a clear picture of what happened to Ispella. Nevertheless, we haven't yet heard your testimony.
Don't be ridiculous!
This will be the last testimony in this trial. Tell us about the night of the legendary fire. I request you tell us your story. Oh, by the way, I hope Maya's doing okay.
Who do you think you are, Inquisitor?
I am merely one of the supporting characters within this tale. However, I am very much interested in the truth. This has been a very long trial. I also hope Luke is okay. Hope he's alright.
of which this shall be the last interrogation. The court demands... Guys, I am not gonna say a goddamn thing, but I just remembered what's up with Luke. The court demands that the single other witness of the legendary fire provide us with her testimony.
Very well. There is only one truth. Nothing can change that.
Nobody say a damn thing if you remember.
Espella wanted to ring the bell no matter what, so he went up to the belfry. The festival celebrations had already started. The mechanism for ringing the bell was at a height even we could reach. Next thing I remember is coming to and running to Espella's side.
This is the same series where spirit channeling just exists. I was going to say they never spirit channel once in this game, but also I completely get why, considering this town's views on witchcraft. That would have been damning.
I was shaking her until she finally opened her eyes. The next moment, we saw that nightmarish view. All strength abandoned us, and we didn't know what to do. That was when we were found by my father and Mr. Cantabella.
And also, no one's really died so far. Oh yeah, true. That I keep forgetting that. I mean, they could have channeled Belduke's spirit, but what then? You know, actually, maybe a lot of this... I'm thinking, would a lot of this have, like, been fixed if they just had Maya spirit channel Belduke?
That's right. It was made in such a way that even a child could use it. It was probably constructed by my father. I suppose he wanted to make it possible for anyone to ring that bell. In the light of the events that followed, that was clearly a very foolish decision.
I don't think so, actually. Fair enough. A mechanism for ringing the bell. There it is, the wheel. Yep, I better make a note of it. Whoop, whoop. Oh dear, fate can certainly be cruel.
I have to agree.
We had not discovered the... Yeah, we know about the... We get it. You're traumatized. If only the groundwater in this area didn't have that strange condition. Unfortunately, Mr. Cantabella, the tragedy occurred. All that remains for us to do is seek out the truth. Not for the sake of vengeance, for the sake of the future. Mr. Wright? Yes? Please help us get this over with. This is the final interrogation. I trust you know what to do. Leave it to me. To be honest, I have no idea what lies ahead. Whatever it is, there's no question we need to get to the bottom of it. My controller disconnected for half a second, and like, I felt a chill down my spine because the last time that happened, the game crashed. So I was super worried for a second. There's gotta be light at the end of this tunnel.
Hold it!
You didn't leave the belfry until their arrival? 5 hours, gang. Of course not. It's becoming way more common lately, the 4 to 5 hour stream, and I don't like that. I need to I need to get back to 2 or 3 hours.
We were paralyzed with fear. It was an event so traumatizing it still haunts us. Espella fainted again when she saw the fire dragon. I was crying and wailing until our fathers found us.
We went to the bell tower, as it was a good vantage point. I say this, but as soon as the final chapter of Your Turn to Die drops, I am fucking long playing that shit. We weren't expecting to find our daughters there. Of course, neither suspected at that point that the disaster had been caused by the Bell of Ruin. Eve was in tears, sobbing violently. As for Espella, she was in a daze, her face frozen in an expression of disbelief. She didn't know what was happening around her.
I cannot say this with certainty as my memories were a little vague.
Me at the ending of Layton vs. Wright. Me at the ending of Your Turn to Die. Oh, I miss Your Turn to Die. Such a fucking good game. Mr. Cantabella. I remember that very well, as if it happened yesterday. Cantabella, would you mind telling us what you saw? Yes, I would mind. Leave.
Eve! Espella! Are you alright?
Daddy!
Eve! What on earth happened here?
It was Bezella! Bezella the witch!
But Bazilla? What are you talking about?
You're not making sense!
Comes out whenever someone rings the bell, right?
What have you done? You didn't...
Oh, please, Mr. Cantabella, don't be angry at Espella.
Eve said it with the most serious look on her face. When she said that, I grasped the situation. I realized what had transpired in the belfry. And I thought to myself, what a wonderful world. I mean, I must protect these children, of course.
Eve.
No, because I just realized what a dumbass the storyteller is. Oh boy.
I'm so sorry, Eve. Espella!
Espella, sweetie.
Dad. Please forgive me. You've done all this for me.
Espella, you're with us again.
All this for me.
Well. At last, it would appear we are one step away from the truth. Thank fuck. Professor, you seem to already know what that truth is. Tell us. Do I? That remains to be seen. Come on, Professor. We've been here for... Gameplay combining the last two streams, Wright has been here for 10 hours, I'd like to just point out. Can you... Layton, can you just give me this one? All citizens of our town will fall unconscious if they hear the sound of silver ringing, and so of course I'll put the giant silver bell at the center of town. Yep. Very well, the court agrees with Inquisitor Layton. Witness, continue your testimony.
As you wish.
Espella wanted to ring the bell no matter what, so he went to the belfry. The festival celebrations had already started. The mechanism for ringing the bell was at the height when we reached. Yada, I don't do running to Espella's side was shaking until she finally opened her eyes. The next moment, we saw that nightmarish view.
Hold it!
So it was you who woke Espella up, witness?
Yes, it was I. She was out cold, curled up on the floor, until I shook her awake. As soon as she came to, we turned to look at the town. The nightmarish view stretching out among us.
Hang on!
Excuse me, Espella.
Espella, are you okay? Yes, everything's fine.
My apologies for bringing back such troubling memories. Nevertheless, you must endeavor to face them and overcome the power they hold over you.
Yes, I remember it now. The fire dragon.
I summoned it. It was just an illusion.
No, you're wrong, Daddy. It wasn't an illusion, it was a fact.
I'm just fucking doing whatever at this point, man.
If I hadn't rung the bell, none of this would have happened. Bezella is the bringer of disaster, and that's what I've done to our town.
Runs off. The accused run away! Quick! After her! She's running to the bell tower! Darn it, she's locked herself in.
It's no use! We'll have to break down the door to get in!
Ugh. Girl, she's gone and disabled shot and milled herself!
Stay away from me! Espella! Espella, be careful! It's dangerous up there!
Please, Espella, come down!
I'm sorry, everyone. I have no right to be here anymore. That's why I have this gun.
I'm just imagining the animation of the pawnbroker running off. God. So good.
Nick, Espella's gonna do something crazy!
My definition of crazy is kind of like gone now, but alright. What the heck can I do? Espella, please do not make any hasty decisions.
Mr. Layton?
The truth is close now. Be brave for a little while longer.
The truth? As if it wasn't clear already.
We've been going for so long that the whole Layton is the British his balls guy thing has like gone on the full peak of like not funny to hilarious to not funny again.
If I hadn't rung that bell, everything would have been fine.
Objection.
You may be mistaken. You still don't know the whole story.
Huh?
Isn't that so, Mr. Wright? I had the same feeling when I was listening to Yi's testimony. I felt something wasn't right.
Really? I thought that was pretty much it.
The pieces of the puzzle that don't yet fit are themselves the hint to the solution. Okay. Final little thing. Final fucking thing that I'm going to say in regards to this case and how it just fumbles the bag. People say that Grade Ace Attorney is drawn out. At least it's constantly telling you new information if it is drawn out. I personally think that the pacing in Grade Ace Attorney is just fine. As Nuz says, this is just on a loop at this point.
No way. You mean Espella didn't ring the bell?
What nonsense! Of course she did! As it stands, it's hard to say for sure she didn't ring the bell. However, we've got evidence that will clear any doubts.
Show us the so-called evidence you claim to have, then.
What do you think proves Espella didn't ring the bell? What about the device specifically made for ringing the bell?
Take that!
How about the fact that was in front of us for the past 2 hours, and I was just itching to fucking present it? Espella, can you hear me?
Yes.
Where you're standing now is the same spot from where you saw this fire dragon.
Yes, that's right.
This fretwork here
It's the same as what I saw that day. When I looked at it, Defense! What does this have to do with anything? You're not even saying words anymore!
No, Espella's the one not saying words anymore. And as you will no doubt recall, Mr. Cantabella told us the people who drink the groundwater here suffer from a condition. which apparently also has a side effect of not being able to speak English after a certain amount of time. A condition where they fall unconscious the moment they hear the sound of pure silver. Man, I'm about to fall unconscious. After the bell sounded, you recovered consciousness sooner than Espella. You saw her in code 1537. You ran to her side and shook her awake. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the fire dragon. In other words, it was Espella who rang the bell. That would mean the device for ringing the bell must be very close to the fretwork of the dragon. Espella, can you please check that for me? See if the contraption is located near the dragon.
Okay, give me a minute. I say, even though it is literally right in front of me. Mr. Wright?
Espella, did you find it?
I don't know if it's the right thing, but there's something on the other side of the belfry. A contraption with the handle.
On the other side? That's right. I figured there was something weird when we went up to that there... When we went over to that there bell tower, Kirby! But I couldn't quite put my finger on it.
No way.
You see where I'm going with this, don't you, Miss Belduke? If it was Espella who rang the bell, there's no way she could have seen the fire dragon when she woke up.
No, this can't be right.
An excellent deduction, Mr. Wright. Miss Darklaw, it seems everything is now clear as day.
What do you mean?
Why, of course. I mean the answer to the question of who rang the bell.
It was her. It had to be.
What do you say, Mr. Wright? It looks like we've arrived at the same conclusion. We now know that only one person could have done it. Wait, what good will saying it out loud do? Is there a problem, Mr. Cantabella? It wasn't your daughter who rang that bell. Should that not lift some burden off your shoulders? You're not curious to know the name of the true culprit, who has pinned the blame on your daughter all this while.
How about you stop taunting us? Just say the name already. Who is this culprit?
Sorry, I don't know what came over me. Let's do it, Professor. Are you ready? I am always ready, Mr. Wright. I should make the D voice like a channel reward in the same vein as Charlie's grandma, honestly. It's time to set things straight. The person who rang the bell is...
Have a look.
It's you, Eve Belduke.
Oh, wow. You fucking bitch. Me? But...
There were only the two of you in the belfry at the time. You know that better than anyone. And it was... I didn't drink water. I only drink tea. And it wasn't... Seriously, what's wrong with me? And as it wasn't Espella who rang the bell, it had to be you.
That's preposterous. It can't be true.
It was an extremely traumatizing event for both you and Espella. Your friend's memories were altered from the shock without her even realizing it. She believed that she was a witch who rang the bell and summoned the dragon, which incinerated the town. However, Miss Bell, Espella wasn't the only one whose memories were warped by the horrors you two witnessed.
You were affected as well.
It wasn't me. Espella, she rang the bell. It was her, not me.
You're really selling this.
But why? What are these flashbacks? I've never had these before.
Oh boy.
What's the matter? I don't want to do this now. We'll be taken over by Bezella. Bezella is just a fairy tale. And you're the one who said you wanted to come and ring the bell. I did, but I changed my mind. Hey? After coming all this way? Oh. Hmm?
Oh, thank God the cutscene's still going. I just deadass got up to take a piss. I know the story. I don't need to see it. I know. Oof. Oy. I just didn't want to cut to another BRB because we've been here long enough. The thing is, I don't think anybody's like, if we're talking to Spella, nobody's blaming her, but like, there is some good-ass animation on that dragon, though. Well, Eve was blaming her. True. Fair enough. Yeah. My bad.
That nightmare was too much for two young girls to take in. Your young minds needed to protect themselves. That's why you subconsciously repressed those memories.
Yep.
Then, if that's true, for the past 10 years, I've been pinning the blame for what I've done on a spell. It can't be true. It's impossible!
Sheesh. Also, can you stop with whatever that effect is, the motion blur or whatever it is?
Darkloss just disappeared.
She's donned the invisibility robe.
Oh, okay, it was an effect for that. I guess that makes sense then, whatever. I thought she was just running away.
High Inquisitor Darklaw, she's run away! Did you hear that? It was her that once destroyed this town.
Our lives have already been so messed up. We don't need this now.
She's got to pay for what she did. Capture her!
Oh, Nick, look at the bell tower. Espella's gone.
No, she's on the roof.
I beg you.
In all of this, I didn't bother to explain how the invisibility works.
It really doesn't matter anymore.
They also kind of hand-waved the portal just a little bit, yeah. I mean, they kind of explained the portal thing, but not as much as everything else.
This town was all created for me. It's my fault you've all been used and suffered so much.
Espella, what are you saying? Please, come down right now! You haven't done anything wrong. It was all my fault.
Dad, I know that you did this for me. You've been so kind to me. And what did I do?
I selfishly ran away from home.
Espella?
I will finish your story for you.
Kind of a girl boss moment.
Gone
Shut up, Perry,
forever,
shut up.
And everyone will live happily ever after. Dad, thank you for everything you've done for me.
Wait! Don't do it, Espella!
What are you? Isn't that Darklaw? But why, Eve? Why would you? I finally remembered everything I've done.
You're not the only one who remembered. You still have the pendant.
Yes, of course.
Oh, hi.
That's because somehow I always knew it was important to me.
Espella.
You kept your pendant as well, didn't you, Eve?
Yeah, he's just here.
For some reason.
But remember that.
I just
Remember that he's
couldn't
just
let it
there.
Espella! Miss Darklaw!
Quick! They'll fall if we don't do something!
Let's go. We have to save them.
No, you won't make it there in time.
Why?
The wooden handrail Eve's holding onto is rotted through. We need some sort of magic to save them.
No way!
Magic, you say?
Got an idea, Professor?
If a bit of magic is all that's needed to save these two young ladies, then perhaps that is something I can arrange.
What? You can?
Huh?
You have to let go, otherwise you'll fall too.
Professor?
What's going on here? Anyone? Professor? You're a sorcerer! No, Miss Fey. We've already established that magic doesn't exist, even in this town. But then how did you just do that? What you have just seen was the last and greatest illusion within Labyrinthia. Huh? An illusion? Magic is but an illusion, and this illusion has been produced through the power of suggestion and Labyrinth's medication. Everyone in Labyrinthia has been under this particular magic spell. Now then, shall we break the spell? Magic is in the last mystery to be solved. You've seen through all my tricks, Layton. I wouldn't have done it without the vital hint you gave me when you spoke in our tower. The final spell is concealed at the start. Okay, so what does that mean? As you know, all the spells are listed within this book.
Right, the Grand Grimoire.
Now, what did Mr. Cantabella mean by the star? The front cover? Precisely, Mr. Wright. The final spell shall dispel the illusion. The correct incantation is hidden on the front cover itself.
Well then, Mr. Wright. This is the final puzzle. Soon, a new day will begin for the townspeople. Let us put an end to this illusion. Once and for all.
Yeah!
Layton does a big ass speech. Phoenix, so true, bestie. Hidden on the cover of the Grand Grimoire are the characters that spell out the true magical incantation. Slide the characters on the touchscreen and slide them over their counterparts on the tome's cover to make them vanish. The grand finale approaches. Remove the extra magical characters from the Grand Grimoire's cover to reveal the hidden incantation. Click and rotate. I know. Oh my god. Let's fucking go. Match the fucking shapes. Fuck. Blip. No, this one? Yeah, that one, okay. Oh yeah, just gotta, yeah. Well, where is it? It's gotta be in there. Come on. Am I stupid? Oh, I'm stupid.
Let us think about it together. Every puzzle has an answer.
Take a drink.
The sun is rising, and when it does, its light will reveal the truth behind Labyrinthia's mysteries.
Now, Professor?
Yes. Shall we, Mr. Wright?
So this is the real magic behind Labyrinthia.
Excellent work, my boy.
Huh? Hey, it's Luke!
Hi, Luke! Luke is forklift certified, though. Let's go.
Hang on a second. The town's full of machinery?
So much for magic. It was all done with these machines.
That's right. With magic, witches can fly, buildings can disappear. Those are no easy feats.
This is the rubbish. Don't forget about Ernest.
To make all those incredible things real, we needed a great deal of machinery.
Couldn't he have just, I don't know, made the magic a bit simpler?
A witch would say the incantation, and shades would stop time with their silver bells.
And they'd go wild with these
Sorcery's Attorney is the second worst Layton game.
That's so cool. I'd love to try it.
Fair enough.
I took a quick crash course before operating the machines. Not bad, hey?
Oh my god. If I If I had a nickel for every media I consumed over the past 2 months that had a character under 18 operate a forklift, 2 nickels, yada yada.
Yes, Luke. What would we do without you?
So when's my turn? I want to pick something up off the ground and make it fly through the air.
I wish you'd stop looking at me when you say that, Maya.
I'm not looking at you. Oh. What the fuck are you looking at then?
Well, in any case, I think we should head back to the courthouse.
Right you are, Professor. The judge might have fallen asleep waiting for us.
I forget if it's all voice acted from here on out, and if so, God bless.
The sun has risen above Labyrinthia and has shown us our town's true form.
You're taking this rather well.
I really don't think there's any need for a verdict anymore. The witches on trial weren't witches after all. I am deeply relieved that those I have sentenced are still alive and well. At last, I can step down from this seat with a clear conscience. And now, the final verdict in the last witches' court session ever to be held.
I can much more readily believe that no one would run into shit. Fair enough, yeah. I'm very grateful for all the help, Professor. The feeling is mutual, Mr. Wright. A gentleman always fights for the truth. I could not have done otherwise.
I'd like to congratulate the two of you. You both did splendidly in the court.
Oh, it's the judge! We just saw you literally a minute ago.
You've brought to light the truth about this town. Although I could still find it astonishing that we could not see all of this. I cannot even begin to imagine how it was achieved.
You were all given a very simple instruction when you were hypnotized. You cannot see pure black. That was sufficient.
Oh, now I see. These strange contraptions are made from some sort of black metal.
Wait just a second. There are plenty of black objects all over Labyrinthia, aren't there? Yeah, that's right. My hair's charcoal black, too.
Ah, but it is not pure black.
What?
We often perceive that the color black is in fact far from being pure black. That's right, I'm gonna mansplain this shit. Our brains interpret reflections of light as colors. Objects which reflect even the smallest amount of light are not pure black. Pure black is only encountered within nature as darkness.
Darkness, sir?
The machines used in Labyrinthia are coated in a special material developed by Labyrinth Inc.
Oh, okay.
It absorbs light without reflecting any. It is the only material that can be said to be pure black. Honestly, this is one of the things I believe more. Yeah, you know what? Sure, that tracks. I know this game has 12 bonus episodes. I don't have it downloaded on this very legal copy, unfortunately.
Oh, I bet this invisibility robe is also made of that same material, right?
That's correct. And of course, the bell tower was concealed using the very same material as well. When you think about it, this town abounds in all things invisible.
Huh?
Miss Darklaw, or shall I say Miss Belduke?
Yes?
For 10 long years, your memories have been suppressed.
The truth about what occurred in the belfry was invisible to me, you mean?
Mr. Cantabella and your father knew it all along. They knew who actually rang the bell.
They really? Is that true, Cantabella?
As we have demonstrated, it was easy to deduce the situation in the belfry.
But if he knew all along, why didn't he say something?
It was, of course, for your own good.
Don't be angry at her!
You were trying to pin the blame for that disaster on Espella.
Yes, I was, but if you knew that, why'd you keep quiet about it? If you had only scolded me back then for lying, maybe Espella wouldn't have suffered so much trauma.
It was your eyes, Eve.
What?
Your eyes weren't those of a liar. You believed in what you said. You truly thought it was Espella. What you saw was too much for you to bear. Your mind blocked out the real memory of what happened in order to maintain your own sanity. Had I called you a liar then, you would have probably suffered a mental breakdown. Mr. Cantabella and your father created this town. You were mistaken in thinking it was purely for Espella's sake. It was also for you, Miss Belduke. Remember what your father wrote in his suicide note.
I have only two concerns. The first is my daughter. It pains me to be leaving her alone in this world, although she probably doesn't think of me as her father.
I had an argument with my father once. He was always thinking only about the town and paid no attention to me.
So you moved out and broke off contact with him. But you were wrong about your father. Not a single day passed without him thinking about you. He helped to make the story I was weaving a reality for your sake.
I've been so ignorant. I was so convinced father was driven to suicide by you.
Your father couldn't bear the guilt he had accumulated. Even though he killed himself in the end, I believe you were always the most important to him.
Eve?
Espella!
Oh my god, you two, just fucking kiss already.
Espella, what I did to you is unforgivable. I rewrote your story, putting you through all this. I can't believe I went to such an extreme because of one wrong assumption.
No, it's okay, Eve. I wasn't angry.
You weren't?
You've always been on my side, protecting me. And even today, you saved my life.
Espella.
I also owe you an apology. After all, I forgot about my dearest friend. I'm so... Ah, there you are, Eve. Where were you?
Your cat's called Eve.
You know what I've just noticed? You two are very much alike. You and Eve the cat.
What? It's all in your head.
Literally kiss already.
Looks like Eve has taken a liking to the other Eve.
You've got that right, and the similarity is really striking.
Oh dear.
My accidental guests, Professor Layton and Mr. Wright.
Yes?
I must
I don't know
say,
why that delivery was funny.
I am indebted to you.
Don't mention it.
You know, when I started planning my revenge 3 months ago, Mr. Layton was a part of my plans. I needed to lure him to Labyrinthia.
Why me?
You were famous in London, and word of your skills reached me even here. What's more, you specialize in mysteries. So I thought that if you came to this town, you'd feel compelled to solve ours.
Well, I am honored.
That's cool. And what about me?
Well, about you. How should I put it? Your arrival here was purely accidental.
You mean it wasn't planned?
As you know, Espella escaped and got involved in that incident on the freighter. As a consequence, I had no choice but to bring you here.
I see. I shouldn't have asked. My fragile pride has suffered yet another blow.
Nick, you can't escape your fate. You're doomed to always find trouble if it doesn't find you first.
How about some words of sympathy for a change?
I am terribly sorry.
What pride? He is literally gay for Edgeworth.
The only thing on my mind the last 3 months was revenge.
Whatever your intentions were, the last witch trial has ended in the best possible way for this town.
Oh shit, speaking of Edgeworth.
You were correct in your judgment. You always are.
You're too kind to me.
I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Eve, for opening my eyes.
Sorry to break up this little happy ending, but I sort of got an important question. Why were you going to end the story?
Only Newton knew the real reason. I am.
We're gonna hit 6 hours, by the way.
Incurable illness.
What?
Dad, you're ill.
We have to put up with Layton versus Wright Edgeworth. Anyway, the storyteller is like gonna die.
It is a rare disease with no known cure.
Why didn't you tell me? Had I known...
I wanted this to be my secret. I suppose that was a bad decision on my part. I thought I'd finish the story before I died.
Hit you with the, oh yeah, I have
lay
cancer.
the foundations for a new world. Honestly, I was desperate. I didn't much care about Labyrinthia anymore.
Dad, why did it have to happen to you? Especially now that we're finally back together.
Cheer up, Espella.
How can I?
Labrellum's new drug development center contacted me a short while ago.
You know, the way he says Labrellum, it may just be because I fucking played a lot of Resident Evil lately, but...
They have succeeded in creating a new medicine, thanks to Belduke's research. It's a top-secret wonder drug for my illness.
A wonder drug?
Newton had been working on finding a cure for my illness until the very end. It would seem that the cure was his final gift to me.
My father.
Newton was the truest friend I ever had. I'm going to undergo surgery. Do not fear. I shall return. So stop making that sad face, Espella.
Dad, will everything be back to how it once was?
Of course it will.
And Eve, will you Will you still be my friend? Of course.
Aw, look at them.
Thank you.
How nice. We're never gonna see them again, though.
I'm going to drop by Mr. Clare's bakery. Got so much to tell her. Do you mind if I go, Dad? It won't take long.
Of course not. Please do.
Looks like Eve wants to come too. What? Oh, you mean the cat? Maya, mind if we tag along? Not at all. You're welcome to come. Awesome. Maybe we'll get some tasty baked bread out of this. I thought we were going there for a different reason. Well, anyway, I'll be off then, Professor.
Pass on my regards to Mrs. Eclair, Luke. Whatever happened to Mystery Claire? So, what's gonna happen to the town? I've released everyone from hypnosis. They will soon recover the memories of their lives before Labyrinthia. As of today, Project Labyrinthia is over. Ah, I see. They're free to leave if they so wish. I imagine they'll make a run for it. This place will turn to uninhabited ruins, just like it was 10 years ago.
I have some doubts about that.
Your Honor!
The fucking judge!
I now understand that this town is an artificial creation of yours. Nonetheless,
The judge just takes off his robe and just takes off his hood and just shows his massive fucking brain.
to us
He's just become
Labyrinthians,
enlightened.
the past
He's
10
ascended.
years were real.
No one can yet tell how this town will change. However, it is
Megamind! I now understand everything.
that some people will want to stay. Who knows? Perhaps you will find yourself creating a new town along with them.
A new town, you say?
I am no longer the judge, but
He was
it's
just brainwashed
possible.
into not being. Hey, I mean, the greatest attorney judges aren't that bad.
I would like to remain here.
You have my gratitude, Your Honor.
You need not address me as Your Honor anymore, Sir Storyteller.
Wait, does he have a name? No, he doesn't. Unfortunate.
And so, the last witch trial has drawn to a close.
What did Mr. Wright, Mr. Layton, and my father talk about? That I do not know. But
You
Dad made a
really
promise to me.
know.
Once everyone recovers their memories and he is cured of his illness, he will return to write a new story with everyone's help.
God.
This time, the story will be real without any lies or illusions.
Let's go. NASA scientist.
What a beautiful sound.
Almost as if it's ringing in a new beginning for the town.
Thank you, Eve.
Okay then. Whenever you are ready, Mr. Barnum. Mm-hmm.
Thank you all so
Who's
much
hopping
for
to be seen?
everything.
Yeah.
Espella, you take care now.
You too, Mr. Cantabella. Bye. Be sure to visit us again.
We won't.
You can bet on it.
I wish all of you the very best.
Man, I'm gonna miss Layton though.
Mr. Wright, I knew I could count on you.
Cause like
to
there are gonna
stand
be
your
new
ground,
Ace Attorney
fight me to
games,
the
and
very
Phoenix is probably gonna be in them. But we might not ever see
I
Layton
always
on stream
believed in you,
again.
Professor. And I know it's why we managed to get to the
that
mysterious
just makes me
truth
sad.
behind this town.
When we get back to England, we'll drop by and see you, Luke.
Great. I'll show you.
Yeah,
around,
Barnum was
Captain.
kind of dumped, but yeah, he gets to be a hot boy now, so hell yeah. Well, I mean, he was always hot, but like, woof. Oh my god. It's a good game. But wait, did they already? Yeah, they did already. Yeah. Oof. I appreciate it a lot for what it did for the future of like the series with like Great Ace Attorney and stuff. Look at them all having a good-ass time. Just that weird gap, just that weird bit where they were explaining everything. It was like, yeah. Everything else is real good, though. Yo, Kira, and all the others as well. Whew. I have not played Ace Attorney Investigations, so I cannot say for sure if this is actually my least favorite of the Ace Attorney games. Spirit of Justice, I have a lot of problems with. I think it just edges it out in that regard. But I've heard some things about Investigations 1, and I will be playing that closer to the end of the year, probably. So, that should be fun. Also, Judge and Foxy are hanging out. That's nice. Oh. But yeah. Good game. Just a few things I would have buffed out personally. Ah, what a nice
You know,
Layton
Professor,
post-credit
I
scene.
feel like I've just
I
finished
bet there
reading
won't
a
be a
really long
right one
story.
to, you know.
Indeed, Luke. I know what you mean. It certainly
I'm
was
sure there
an
won't be a
enthralling
right
adventure.
post-credit scene to balance things
I
out.
wonder how Espella and the others back in Labyrinthia are getting on. I'd love to go back and see them. Although, I'd rather not have to be sucked into a book to get there.
Perhaps we should ask Carmine to come along with us.
Great! It's a real relief he recovered from all of his injuries. But he was a bit
Jen
put
thinks
out when he
this
found out he'd
dialogue
already
is
solved
finished.
all the town's secrets, Professor.
Well, we mustn't forget that we didn't solve them all by ourselves. We couldn't have done it without the help of our friends across the Atlantic.
I wonder what they're doing right now. Battling away in a courtroom somewhere?
I'd wager they may well be, Luke. At any rate, we must make our own preparations. There's a brand new case that requires our attention, and that means a brand new set of puzzles to be solved, my boy.
Aw, man.
Hold it! What's the matter, Wright? Has the cat got your tongue? Or are you still in a holiday kind of mood? Perhaps your mind is as clouded as the English sky.
Any hints, Maya?
Not really. If only the professor were here. I think at this point you've got to use that patented spell of yours, Nick.
Why'd they choose that voice for Edgeworth? I'm sorry.
Hello, Earth to Nick. Just when we think it's all over, you always use it to turn the tables.
Ah, got it. I just have to close my eyes and say the magic word. Luckily, I don't need a witch's scepter for this one.
Save the chit-chat for later, Wright? I've almost missed that utterly annoying spell of yours. Fine, let's hear it then.
Just take a deep breath and give it all you've got.
Well, here goes. Objection!
It just... Huh. It's a lot. Why is he like that? It's not, I mean... I don't... There are no bad voices in this game. I just think there are a couple places where a direction left a little bit to be desired. But they're doing fine. They're doing their best work. They're doing the best they can with the direction they're given, but Oy. Anyway, yeah, Layton versus Wright. I could not play this on stream for a year. But, you know, we've done it. We did the thing. So, hell yeah. Now rest your eyes. Fair enough. I'm probably not gonna stick around for, the entire credit sequence, but I will say, tomorrow we will be back again with Guacamelee 2, a game that will require much less dialogue reading on my end. So, hell yeah. That's good. That's good shit. Actually, no, I'm gonna stay here one more minute so we can have an even 6 hours. So we can have an even fucking 6 hours, baby. Yeah, good stream. Layton's over. I do kind of prefer that we ended it like this instead of ending it with fucking, Layton's Mystery Journey. Oh, Bones worked on this. The Full Metal Alchemist animation studio. Huh. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is very good, by the way. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend it. Before Mob Psycho came along, it was literally my favorite anime, but now it's, you know, second. Probably soon to be third with Chainsaw Man coming around. But hey, we'll see. But yeah, good shit. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying. Thank you for watching the show. And I will hopefully see y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye.